almost 6 hours to get it done. So just kind of the standard point. So, but no problems. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. We'll kind of settle ourselves in on the agenda up there at the beginning. Talk a little bit about effective learning organization, and specifically look at personal mastery a little bit deeper today. We'll have an opportunity to review the board self-evaluation that President Hollowell emailed you about, and then a chunk of time in there where we're going to hear from Bill about finance and budget, from Annette and Lori regarding housing, and Kyle and Lori regarding safety updates and where we're at with that. The Home Cares expectations is we're going to look at job assignments or responsibilities of board members, and then clarify what it looks like to have a CARES goal assigned to you. What does that look like when you go out to a building? What's the expectation and accountability back to each other? The guidebook is a little more professional learning. It's one of the books that's sitting in front of you that I put there. And then there's some management things, chatting about recording of meetings. What's the work study schedule going to look like? The annual review of 1221. You've seen potential conferences. We need to dial that in. And then ask Pete to share a little bit about WSSDA General Assembly and boards of distinction. And he said he could fill that in with a couple minutes. We have a few items that are on our bits, and I feel like we're in a spot where we may be able to deal with those today and resolve some of those bits items that have been hanging out there for a while. So that's the agenda. But we got to start with some bears. So what I'd like for you to do, and I'm trying to pick which bear I'm feeling like right now. If you do the same, what's your state of mind? Which bear represents you? Yeah, I wonder if we can close that. Yeah, you can do the one on 2.
Yeah, right behind you there.
Just
That one.
who's to say?
That one. Oh.
I would never dream of being called I don't think that's
better.
hard. No one would want to. Is that all right? That better?
Much better. Good.
Teamwork. All right. Quick share with a neighbor. Which bear represents you right now?
I'm going.
Upper left. For you.
I see a picture for a couple
That's the only problem. I have a family out of that, and I'm feeling very family. Right now. So,
Me and she were with grandbaby and then my daughter and feel like, okay, I'm not jail.
right now. Having to
And then I kind of feel that way in the role and such too, but gosh, I feel like it's becoming more of an older generation being along with all the new things that now.
I got all soldier. Sleep on that's what soldier.
No, she is so the other member, so. Great, she was a month old yesterday. So before you Saturday day on Sunday.
Water out is yeah, right.
This transition thing off the parking. Yeah,
But the finishing sections already please.
it's so exciting because
Not necessarily good.
it's COVID that gives you some first aids for the teachers and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Kyle, where are you at up there?
So once a polar bear, always a polar bear.
Okay.
Also, I'm really enjoying these cooler nights, cooler temperatures, going in the winter time. I'm just feeling energized by the cold.
AJ, where you at?
I was the big bear in the top middle because he looked like he was smiling and unhappy.
I love it. I love it.
Smile.
All right. The piece that is always good to ground us in is remembering our why. The people, the board directors sitting at the table made these big decisions to sign on to this job. And there's always a backstory on how you got here and why you chose the route that you chose to get here. What I would like for everybody, including the non-board directors, to do is think back to their schooling experience and think about particular people that left an impression on you. Think about particular events that left an impression on you, particular memories that you're carrying with you. For most of us, we're pretty far away from that school experience, but we still have those people and those events that have had an impact on us. And as you think about that, how has that influenced what you want to see in our school system? Pretty big, heavy 9 a.m. questions right now. Yeah, he's like, whoa, could I have gotten this question in advance? I'm happy to share mine. Most of you have heard it before, but I've been heavily impacted or influenced by a teacher I never had, named Liz Mathewson, who was an English teacher at the high school. She still lives in our community. And what it was with Liz is we met in the lecture hall one day. I think it was probably my junior year in English, and we met in the lecture hall, and it was my class and her class were both combined in there. And so the teachers were teaming and sharing kids. And she sat with me going through my writing, and it was, for me, one of the first times I can remember a teacher and an adult setting high expectations for me and making me feel like that you can do this and you can do better. And just, this is less than 15 minutes of interaction in 4 years of high school, and it's a big piece that has stuck with me on the importance of that human connection that you make and high expectations, people rising to them. So what I'd love for you to do, I just shared mine, but again, with the same person, a quick share out of what is it that happened, or who is that person that you carry with you that influences what you want to see in our school system. So I'll give you a few minutes to share that out verbally.
First, so I don't think I goes back to my school journal or school. And my mom she was the first teacher for me, that was really hard.
Never has been like
she helped me on my college undergraduate.
Okay, well, the verbalization.
She just retired from Ontario as a 12th year and long-term substance. She still lives in February. It's pretty cool. She sat there.
Got one more minute.
It's like all the rest of the other wives now. That was the second biggest thing. My wife. Sorry.
My wife. But I guess I had a phenomenal year. Retired as a senior year, and so got fixed it. For the junior high, it's kind of hard to school. Yeah, I don't know. It was fine.
Thank you.
That was Jim Gilman.
He was a very good teacher. Like a lot of he changed the way we did things. So,
My dad is still 10 years old, administrator, and full time.
I'm not really
I don't want anyone to feel like they have to share, so don't let the potential silence influence. But is there anybody who wants to share out?
I can. And you said 30-second version, because I could go about 30 minutes. All right, elementary school was hard for me. Teachers moved me more than they kept me in class. Due to my parents' divorce, I couldn't run a lot of them to school. So Mr. Berard, 5th grade, was able to verbally kick me in the ass and keep me in class. So it was, you're doing these things and I want you. So he's really saved me a lot of the time just educationally. And then I had a long-term sub in 6th grade that was the exact opposite, and I carried her with me in what not to do. And I think that's really what led me down the path of working in the field of behavior. Just knowing that spend enough time, effort, and show the kid you want them. That's 80% of keeping them in school and round about.
Thank you for sharing that. Appreciate it. Anyone else?
I'd like to share.
Again, only if you feel compelled to share.
Spirit moves you.
So both my parents come from a lot of family educators and intentionally made sure I wasn't an educator when I went to college. It was an intentional decision. And then over time, not really being connected to my community and not being connected to my kids brought me back, got me into Tunnelman. And was planning on staying a couple of years. Here I am, 21st year. So being able to give back, my mom giggles now that she saw it all along, that was probably going to be my journey. But you don't see it till after it happens. So.
Anybody else want to share?
I can go.
Thank you, AJ.
My dad is a math teacher. He was my teacher for 4 of my last 5 years before I graduated high school, so that certainly had a big influence on me. I had a college instructor in the School of Journalism. I don't know if everyone knows, but journalism education not super well funded these days, and she had pretty limited resources in what she could accomplish, and put together opportunities to have us go onto the local PBS station and record broadcasts there. She started all kinds of new curriculum, even in my last 2 years there, where she was adding podcast courses and documentary courses and things to make sure that she was really keeping up with new media and making sure kids had the latest opportunities. And she was also an outstanding mentor on top of that, so definitely think about her.
Sure. Anyone else want to share? Thanks, Matt.
I had Mrs. Closeri in 4th grade, and I was saying to Haley that I was very shy and quiet, afraid to speak out, but I was a good student, helping students around me, and she would call on me every day and ask my opinion or ask me to help someone. And by about the end of the fall that year, I felt like, you know what, I could speak out. I can't, my voice is shaking, but I can do this. And then that's when I started to think about becoming a teacher.
Good stories, good stories. Anyone else?
I'll go.
Oh, thanks, Bill.
Grew up about 7 miles down the road, went to Lindbergh High School. At Lindbergh, I had my Japanese teacher, Hiromi Sensei. For those who don't know, I'm half Japanese, half Mexican. So to have a teacher who was Japanese, I thought it was really, really cool and eye-opening. But not only that, she really served as a mentor to me. was telling Mike that, as a junior in high school, I had no intention of going to college, didn't know what to do. She's the one that convinced me to apply for the FAFSA, let's apply to some schools. So, hey, I let her know I can't afford college. She said, well, there's this thing called community college. You can probably work your way through that, and that's exactly what I did. So I owe her a lot of credit for being here today.
It's awesome.
Like the varied pathways we've all taken and the various influences, and now we're all in a room together, moving forward with this right here. If you take a look at the mission and think about some of the things that we just heard from people and where those things come to life in our mission. I've shared that every time we bring the principals together, we put the mission up in front of them and ask them to reflect on what's resonating for them right now. And it's a wonderful conversation because our mission is so rich that there's different parts of it that jump out at different times. This summer during the retreat, one of the ones that was repeated over and over again was the together part. And that's one where if you reread the mission without that there, it completely changes it. Another one that was brought up pretty frequently this summer in our retreat was the word every on that first line. It's not most, it's not, once you get it, it's taking care of every kid, each and every kid. And I think it's important for us as we spend the time together today to not lose sight of that. It's the reason we exist. And the way we get there is the vision. I'm going to come back to this in a little bit when we jump into our Alma Cares portion. But I want to kick it over to AJ, who's going to give us a little bit of where we've been so that we can, it's been a while since we've been together and reflected on where we've been, so then we can talk about where we're moving forward. So I will push buttons when you say next slide, Kevin.
That was for dramatic effect, that first one, where the logo came in. We can do it one more time. Really let it, thank you. Really let it show. Man, that would have been a good opportunity to say something really powerful and then have it fade in, but I didn't. So let's head to the next slide. Thanks.
Welcome.
Starting strong. I gave you all this presentation in the spring, but thinking back, it was June and we're all tired and we're all right on fumes at the tail end of a pretty exhausting year. So I think it's good to reflect now that we've had the summer in between and we can really look back at the past full year, how we did get to this point and where we go moving forward. So to come back to full-time in-person instruction last year. It was awesome to see thousands and thousands of kids coming back despite the challenges that we had. We were really set up for a pretty powerful year, obviously, because of the people that we have in our building. So these are all from the first day of school, welcoming kids back, and a quick recap of where we were at. Despite all those challenges, so many positive things happening. Our food service was incredible. Our bus drivers got kids to school, to home every day safely. We knew there were the challenges of the pandemic in front of us and worked hard to keep kids and adults in our buildings safe while still being really successful and continue to hold people to high expectations. One of the biggest challenges we knew we were dealing with was around mental health and how are we going to fully support people when they came back into our buildings. Annette and her team did a great job getting the mental health supports in place that kids needed, expanding ESPERT, adding more mental health staff to our system. It was a really, really critical piece. We know it is moving forward, but did a lot to support last year. Physical health, our nurses obviously with COVID had a huge role to play. And Lori had contract nurses and Kyle supported nurses over at a test site. We had nurses everywhere you turn doing a lot to support. So a lot of help there. And then from the equity side too, continue to expand support for families who need some additional help outside of our schools as well. So our family support partners are that new volunteer role. They just got started last year. They're really excited to continue to help families. So great from an equity standpoint, and also outstanding to see other parents in our community is really willing to help volunteer for others. All those challenges, all those outside of the classroom things that we had to deal with, and there was still so much success that we saw. CTE, my favorite presentation of the year is Marty Barber coming in and giving the CTE update, and it's so passionate, and when you walk through those classrooms, you can see why the number of students that are taking CTE courses and AP courses and going beyond what the requirements are, because they know there are teachers that are challenging them, they know they're going to get great opportunities in those classrooms. It's really exciting to be a part of. And then in our extracurriculars, our ASBs, that's our girls swim and dive team who won the first state championship in school history last year. It wasn't last year, but you might have seen that our high school drama program now just got an incredible opportunity. They're the only program in Washington State that's going to get to perform Frozen under the Disney umbrella with the rights to perform that. So a lot of great things that are being set up by some amazing staff there. And then in here, in this room, you were all obviously incredibly busy as well too. And not only trying to support all of those things that we just mentioned, having to oversee those, making sure that when we were bringing people back into our buildings and doing it successfully in all those different areas, but trying to learn and expand your roles as well. So 3 of the 5 people on our board weren't here at the start of the year. I think between the 5 of you, there's less than 10 years served on the board, so still pretty new to this role, and getting to do things in a new way, a fresh perspective, and having to learn how to do that while still overseeing our schools while we return from the pandemic is really challenging. And so the question being, how do we do that effectively? There's my powerful moment right there. It's someone that cares. It's having that North Star. So you all did a phenomenal job, I think, in the past year of continuing to educate our staff, our community, our students about what our goals are, what our expectations are, and more importantly, the role that all of us play in making these goals come to life too. So when we're having conversations about mandates and vaccinations and getting kids back to school and the mental health struggles, to be able to redirect us back to this, figure out, are the decisions that we're making really moving us toward that North Star? Are they helping us achieve our goals? It's such a great tool to be able to steer us back and make sure that we're focusing on all the right things in our school. So I think that you've all done a phenomenal job making sure that as an entire system, as an entire community, we're really staying focused on this. And it was so important for us in the last year with all the challenges that we faced. And now as we move into this year, the opportunities that we have to set some of those other things to the side, or be able to prioritize some of these a little bit more efficiently this year. It's going to be really fascinating to see the ways that we take strides here this year. So very exciting to see what we accomplished last year, and I know I'm more excited to see the things that we're able to do with it this year. So, quickly looking at, I'm moving quickly, each of the goal areas. Some of the things I want to call out real quick. Climate and culture. Everyone knows that belonging was such a huge part of our focus last year, and will continue to be this year. The picture on the left is one of my favorite pictures from last school year. Can't see it super well, but those are some of the older students at Lake Wilderness walking our transitional kindergartners into school on their first day, holding their hands, bringing them to their classroom. That is a great example of seeing how we're asking our students to create that culture where each other really belongs. Safety, of course, is a big part of that climate and culture as well. It's one of the targets, I think, that school safety is obviously a big conversation, but maybe we forget that safety is one of those targets within that goal, so it's important to look back at that as well. In our partnership piece, there were a couple great examples last year. The one that really stands out to me is finding a new principal in Judy Beliveau up at the high school. That was a really involved process where we brought a lot of stakeholders in. We gave every stakeholder an opportunity to have their voice heard and share their opinion in that process. We obviously got an amazing principal out of that. And then from your perspective and internally, the partnerships that we have with our labor partners, bargaining this past year, not dealing with the issues that many school districts in our area are dealing with right now, because we have people that are willing to get in a room and compromise and make tough decisions, but keep kids at the center of it throughout the process as well. In our equity work, one of the coolest things I think the board did last year was not only the adoption of that equity policy, but being able to see the students on the left from our Asian Student Union come in and explain why their group is important, the service, the role that it plays within the high school, and for you to be able to adopt that and put something in place where students can really go and invite other students into the room and make them feel welcome and hold them to a high standard is super cool. And then the culture fair at the high school was such a great event, and I think really embodied everything that the equity policy stands for, and everything that we've been working toward is these opportunities for students to have a voice, students to celebrate their diversity, to share that with the community. And you got to see all of that up at the culture fair this past spring. Wellness, talked about that earlier, the number of staff that we have, the partnership with the city, the partnership that we have with local legislators. That's in addition to the staff that we have, those partnership pieces, bringing students into the room to be a part of those conversations. So important. We need to continue to do that moving forward too. And then of course, high expectations. We see it at every level. We've got green teams doing incredible things using AI at elementary levels. We've got the robotics team up at the high school. We talked about a number of the ASB programs and our athletics. There's so many opportunities for students to be challenged in our schools, and they're really rising to those high expectations as well. And talked about the Frozen thing already, but that was what I was going to talk about, Frozen. And then bring it right here. I mean, this is why we all do it. This is why, when we think back on those educators who have influenced us, there's right there 600 kids who are thinking about the people that influence them. We can think about all the people in our system, all those touch points, everyone that helped get them to this point where they're going to go out as future-ready graduates from Tahoma. And that really starts from the top down. It starts from the people in this room, putting our staff, putting our community in a position to fully support these kids. And you've all done a really great job of that. So, thanks.
If it's not clear, I couldn't say it. What I do want people to reflect on is AJ made choices in here about what to share. Looking backwards, obviously didn't include everything. Take a minute to reflect on what would you have included, or what's a memory that you have of last year, or a celebration that you think represents one of these 5 gold areas very well, that's important for us to shine a light on. And quick share with your elbow partner, what would you like to see on here?
First thing that came to mind was wrapping around ours this night. Several women I was saying that I was maybe I don't know, I honestly
Mine was just part of the partnerships of the fire change for that transition year for our organization. So I did call it out. The nurses, the shows, my mind is when I can't do it, our mind is how
joy that just getting at the heart of this program.
I'm going to ask you to put the finishing touches on that, and then I'd love to hear it. Is there any of our board directors want to hear out things that could have been up there? Anyone at all? Any board directors?
I'll share. I got something. Oh,
Yes.
Michael, go for it.
No, Pete, please.
wrapped around all of the CARES goals is the idea, and the way I think about it is that we're creating good human beings. Successful human beings, but good human beings. My son is on the bare metal robotics team, and so I've had an opportunity to go see them in competition. And one of the things that I'll hold on to for a long time about that program, they showed up at a competition this last year, and one of the other teams came with an incomplete robot. It didn't work. It wasn't finished. And they came with the hope that they could just kind of learn something about the process and observe and do what have you. When they got there, a portion of the bare metal team broke off and went into that pit and helped them finish the robot, and then trained them how to use it. And so not only did they get to learn about the process, but they got to compete as well. And it was just about the most special thing. It was just incredible that they volunteered to do that. Aaron didn't tell them to go do it. A coach or a mentor didn't tell them to go do it. They just saw other humans in need and rushed to help them out. They call it gracious professionalism in the world of the robotics organization, and they nailed it. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Michael?
Yeah, it was just more like on partnerships, and maybe 2 examples, just thinking of all the discussions and collaborations we've had as a board, with not just in the board, but with all the directors and administrators. And how often those conversations were easy and took a lot of energy and thought and time, but how it was such a good process, and hopefully we can see that kind of filtering down through the district, through all the way down to our students. And then for me, obviously, I think sort of the epitome of that was We the People. And if you could pick like a snapshot, prototype example of vastly different views of things and how people can come together and talk about issues and work through things. And just seeing the friendships that were formed in that group, that's similar to what I feel like happens here. And I hope that's, I think it's infectious, and I'm kind of in the same boat that AJ is. I'm happy with last year, but I'm more enthused about like what this year looks like.
Thank you.
I've had a couple people ask me, what was like the first year of sitting in this seat, what did that feel like, and what was your highlight? And AJ here did a very nice job putting up and celebrating the equity policy passing, but that truly was the highlight for me, and even more the 5-0 vote, because it represented to me just a lot of our working relationship as a board too, because that was really difficult. I mean, it was difficult community-wide, but we're all so different from each other, I feel like, on the board, and I love that about us. I love that we can talk about things and express our ideas, so kind of piggybacking on what you're saying, Michael, but that we were able to come together even from all our different viewpoints, all our different perspectives, and agree on that piece was very significant to me, and I feel like I've carried that with me and just looking at different things through that lens. Like right now, my son's on the golf team, and I'm just thinking, how can we make golf a little more equitable for our community and for the kids who want to be able to play it? And it really it is significant to me, because I just feel myself referencing it and thinking about it and using that lens to apply to a lot of different things in this role, which I think is actually the very meaning of that policy. So I appreciate that.
For me, the thing that I'm most, I actually had equity. That's what I was talking with AJ about, but I'm not going to say that again because I feel like
You want to talk?
Yes. So I'll go a different path.
Okay.
Yes. Equally wonderful. I'm really excited about our Tahoma Cares goals and how they rolled out last year. Especially when I think about the fact that AJ, I remember sitting in that very first meeting with AJ when I was meeting for the first time, and he was kind of like, so what are these Tahoma Cares goals? He didn't know, right? And suddenly he's rolled them out to every family, every staff, every faculty member. And I just think when we think about partnerships, such a big part of that is our family partnership and our ability to bring our families into the conversation and help them be part of the decision making. And a big piece of that is communication. And so I'm just so grateful for how partnership has played out for our families and how they feel more connected and more in line with our Tacoma Cares goals. They actually know what it means, which I think is huge.
I want to reinforce what kind of is embedded in what everybody is saying. Yesterday I was in a meeting, I'm serving as a mentor to the superintendent in the neighboring district who just started, and we had a meeting with 40 superintendents from across the state, and there was one section of the meeting where we got to choose which breakout room we're going to go to. It was on Zoom, obviously. And it was based on need, and one of the choices, one of the three choices was board relations. And that wasn't even a thought for me. I'm like, oh, I remember this planning one. Did you make that sort of meeting? And you can see when we were going to our breakout rooms, the number of people that selected each one, the overwhelming majority went to board relations. And to me, that shows you what people are investing their time into. And the fact that that isn't what we need to invest our time into means we're focused on our kids and the work for our kids. So I felt fortunate yesterday in that meeting. So, anybody else want to share? Or the exclusive? AJ, thank you for putting that together, and thank you for being timely about it.
How long was it actually?
I did not know, but you did great. So, one of the other parts that we always want to make sure that we're doing together is learning together as a team. And the three legs of the stool up above, that right-hand leg, reflective conversation, plays so heavy into the example Michael gave of being able to have those conversations and getting into deeper stuff, but doing it in a way that's productive. So that's really strong on that right-hand leg of the stool. And we've talked a couple of different times of some of the strategies or tools, moreover tools that are found in that central part of understanding complexity. And then last year we started to mention the aspiration leg and spent a little bit of time on personal mastery. And want to expand on that for just a brief moment today. And it's one where, I've shared with you the opportunities to listen to Sanjay and Forrester talk about this stuff. The shortest version that I could give around personal mastery is, do you really have an authentic self-assessment of where you're at? And do you have some personal vision for where you want to be? And is there a gap? That's how you begin moving towards personal mastery. And it's not they say over and over again, it's a process. You're constantly reevaluating where you're at, what your current reality is, versus where you're trying to get to. And I've shared with you before, but I'll repeat it because I feel like it's a really good example, is I, as a teacher, was very confident in my ability as a teacher, was a really good science teacher. But I'll never forget the first time I went in somebody else's room and saw what they were doing. I said, that's better than what I'm doing. And the level of discomfort that I felt was extreme because I had a good self-assessment, but my personal vision was actually off. You could do better. And so it created this gap and it motivated me. That's what gaps do, they motivate you. And we did a little bit of reading last time, and I put the paper, it's underneath your books if you would like to see it again. I don't feel like we necessarily need to, but what I'm going to ask that everybody does, shake your arms up, shake them up. We're not going to tap, but we're shaking. And now what I want you to do, like your board, cross your arms. Look down at your arms. You can probably sit like this for a really long time. It's pretty comfortable, feels pretty good. Which arm is on top? Now I'd like for you to switch it and put the other arm on top. I don't think so.
Stay there.
It's incredible how much like discomfort motivates change. We don't like sitting like this. When there's a gap, that is motivating right there. You can do the same thing. Take your hands, put them together, with thumbs on top. Switch it. It's just not natural. I mean, that's a powerful motivator. I'm going to ask you to do one last thing. This one's tough. This one's tough. Clear some space in front of you. This is only for the board directors. I didn't have that for everybody, but you district directors can cheer them on. Put your fiscal year budget encyclopedia right in front of you. I gave you this, and here's what I want you to do. I want you to put it over your finger, have it centered over the heart, keep it steady, about an inch above.
Are we
President Hall,
thinking at
you're
the
not
same
doing
time?
it.
No, I'm all directions.
Oh, okay.
I'm focusing.
No, actually,
Do it as we
over
go.
one finger. And 1 inch above, a little closer. Hey, can you have it hang farther down? You know what I mean? Your fingers closer.
I feel like it's gonna tell me if I'm having a girl or a boy.
I want you to keep it steady.
Oh.
Okay. Ooh, man, solid steadies. Pretty good. Now, I want you to, in your head, only in your head, close your eyes and visualize it moving to you and away from you. Just in your head, visualize it beginning to move to you and away from you. Picture it moving. Visualize it moving to you and away from you. Visualize it. With your eyes closed, President, follow well. Now I want you to visualize it moving left to right, left to right. We got 2 out of 4. That's not bad. You guys, you can set that down. I test drove that with Tracy and the rest of the HR team, and it flew a lot better with the HR team. So we can set that one off to the side. But the point, though, of the arms crossed, the fingers crossed, is that power of discomfort and having a creative gap is absolutely critically important. If we feel too comfortable in everything that we're doing, we're probably not making the changes that we need to make. So discomfort is an okay thing. So I'm going to push pause on the review of the board self-evaluation, and we'll do that after the district directors share. And so at this point, we're going to take, it's not 10 minutes, we're going to take a little 5-minute break. So people can go refill waters, go to the restroom or whatever. So we're going to start back up at 51. So if everybody can make sure they're back there at 51. President Hallwell has a fun game for us. And this game is called This or That. I want a little better energy in the room. If people could, yeah, are you ready for this or that?
Bring it on.
And it looks like what we do is if you choose this when you stand up, you look around and see who else looks like this. Or if you choose that, you sit down. So we're gonna have a practice round. Remember again, this is up, so the first one's up, the second one's down. Really?
Stand up if you like ketchup.
This is stand up.
This
So,
is stand up.
yeah, so see how the word
Ranch.
is up? So this is written up, so
Oh,
it might not stand up, and then that is written down, so
And
very
then
nice.
Midwest.
Wow. Fascinating.
AJ's like, give me the clicker.
Nice. Impressive. Good for you guys. Wait, electric bike?
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, I was like, oh, it's so hard.
What is the first one again?
Fiction. Fiction. Fiction or nonfiction? Agent, what genre?
I have to think beyond fiction.
But make it ask an electric. I'll move it.
Crime.
Crime? Okay. Oh, the make believe crime fiction.
I didn't realize I did that, but I must have just chosen it right on this one. Yeah, I didn't do that for
Nice for this.
Pete,
Solidarity.
Really? Sure.
Spice a lot.
Okay. You know what today is? Really? Okay. So they're surprised.
Not that you are, but that you always like the superhero or the villain more. Yeah. We won't judge you.
Oh, all right, there we go. Thank you, President Hollowell. I asked each of our board directors to bring their Habits of the System Sinker card, if they could get those out. And we are going to just a 60-second, real quick, reacquaint yourself with all of the habits. So whipping through them one by one. You're about to hear some information, starting with Bill, I believe, around finance and budget. What I'd like to do, you were exposed to the habits last time we were in here together. This time we're going to have a little application. So you've got the habits sitting in front of you. You've whipped through them real quick. It should be fresh in your head. Bill's going to talk to us about finance, where we're at budget-wise, what things are looking like. And then we'll take a few minutes after that, between that and the next presentation, to really dig into some of these habits and which ones might be more important for us to be practicing as we consider your role around balancing our budget, in short. So you've got those sitting in front of you. That's the context for this. And I'll let the board directors know that everybody who's presenting has been put on pretty tight timelines in trying to keep our schedule up. So if Bill's going really fast, it's because he was directed to by Lori, who was directed to by me. So all you go.
Okay. Like Mike said, today we're going to focus on finance and where we're going forward and talk a little bit about the ad hoc budget committee. We're going to start out pretty granular, looking at where we are today, right here, right now, throughout the rest of the year. Then take a step back, look at where we came from over the last 10 years, and take a further step back and say, okay, where do you think we're going to land over the next 15 years? Within the next 15 years, I should say. Take a look at this year, 22-23. The budget that we had given you all for approval back in July. We have a few changes to that just because we learned some things over the last couple of months The top item, beginning fund balance, is going to increase by about $500,000 from where we started. That's due to a reduction in expenditures in last year, 21-22 school year. So we're going to jump back and forth a little bit. Last year, we're going to spend less. That's primarily due to supply chain shortages still that we're seeing. Furniture is still on back order and so on and so forth. So fewer expenditures last year in 21-22 leads to an increase in 22-23's starting fund balance. A couple of things that will negatively affect the budget. The first is our true adoption of board policy 3510 and 3520. This is in regards to the tied back to home cares, the equity portion. 3520 and 3510 are in regards to student curricular and extracurricular fees. Lori, Tony Davis, and I have been working closely together to come up with a list of all of the curricular and extracurricular fees that we are going to waive for our students starting this year, 22-23. That list will be presented to you all at next Tuesday's board meeting by me and Tony. That being said, a forecast of where we think we're going to, of how much that would cost the district is about $150,000 per year. Next up, 120K, that's the task, the principals and non-rep bargaining session. We had incorporated a fair chunk of that into our budget for 22-23. That extra $120,000 is anything that we didn't incorporate already. So that's going to be extra on top of what we had budgeted originally. And then a couple of unpredictable items that we're still working through, still analyzing data. It's our ELL enrollment. We are seeing an increase in what we had budgeted by about 65 students. We're still working through how much of an increase that means on the revenue side. Now that being said, our general enrollment, which is the chart you see on the right, general enrollment is down by about 101 students. So again, we're still working through the data and figuring out the exact implications of what that's going to mean going forward. Typically we use October enrollment before we come up with these final numbers, just because that's a more solid number. There's a lot of moving pieces, parents pulling their students out of the system, coming back into the system, and so on and so forth.
You okay if I pause for a second? Annette, do you mind adding any commentary on the ELL enrollment?
Right, two things happened this year in our number prediction. One, they didn't know where they were going to land with the cut score in the spring. And when we used the first cut score, it was dramatic numbers staying in ELL. They changed the line to where the cut was. So then we changed our prediction again about enrollment. And our newcomer numbers that actually showed up at our doorstep in September are off the charts. 100 plus that we're screening, and normally we're in the 20s for newcomers. So we're excited to have them with us, but definitely it would change revenue to say possibly we're having more students in our county.
Anecdotally, not the big number, but I am hearing from multiple schools about Ukrainian students living in. Is there any trends that you're seeing?
I heard that one, but we're also seeing it in multiple areas.
Cool. Thank you. Sorry.
So yeah, that was where we're at right now. Now let's take a step back and go high level of where we came from. Taking a look at our revenue to start with. The blue is our state revenue, and as you all know, that's primarily a portion of money that we get every month, as well as some transportation funds. Those are the two that really impact the state portion of our revenue. The orange, which you can't really see up here, but it's like really small, right directly below the blue, that's our federal dollars. A lot of that is title money. Last year it came from food services because we weren't charging students. The feds gave us money for that, as well as COVID money, extra money. And then the last portion, the gray portion, is our local money. That's by far the biggest portion, is the levy, as well as any money that we collect from our buildings, the extended enrichment program, and so on and so forth. So those are how that's broken up. Now, what I'd really like to point out here is you can see the big jump in revenue between the 2017-18 school year and the 18-19. That is almost entirely affected due to McCleary passing. McCleary said that per state law, the state will fund basic education for all districts. Now, the question is, how does that actually break out? Did they actually do that? Did they fulfill their promise? Looking at our change in revenue source, everything pre-McCleary versus post-McCleary, you can see state funding dramatically increased. Federal funding stayed about the same. and our reliance on local funding slightly decreased. Questions, comments?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So if somebody was just looking at this pie chart, it would be really easy to think, oh, when we go up for renewal for a levy, we don't need as much money because it's taking or covering a smaller percentage of our budget. Is that what these numbers are showing?
No.
Okay, Lauren, what I would say when we look at these numbers is when we switched over in that 17-18 year, they also changed the amount that you could collect locally for levies. They decreased the amount that you were allowed to collect, and we're actually under what's allowable for collection. So that's my 2 cents.
Exactly what I was gonna say, what you saw is when that year, when the McCleary switch, levy swap happened, we did see a decrease in local levies. And that was the trigger. What you will see, however, is that you saw the big jump in revenue also increased. If you recall, that's when they really changed the funding for teachers. So teachers saw a significant increase in their salaries at that point as well. So you'll see this in the next couple of slides too, is what's the expenditure impact.
I think the other thing that I would add to that is sometimes there's misunderstanding in the community about what happens with real estate taxes that are being imposed on them and how much money a school district is actually getting. If real estate taxes go up, does not mean that we're getting more money because those taxes went up. We're fixed on the maximum amount that we can collect based on the levy that was passed. And compared to our neighbors, we're collecting way under what our neighbors are.
Is there any discussion that we'll let you and I talk before we sit down, levies can move up and down, and we can kind of ad hoc change those lists? Is there any discussion whether those might come back up?
I think we'll see some conversation over it in the next session based upon some requests from some larger school districts, but whether I highly doubt that we'll see significant change in that, but it's possible.
So that being said, although we are seeing an increase in our revenue every year, expenditures equally increased, and a big portion of that is in regards to salaries. So if you take a look at the two red, the dark red is certificated, lighter red is classified. I know it's hard to see on this, and then the orange is benefits. If you lump those three together, that makes up this next slide here, 44, no, almost 8% of the district's expenditures. The remaining 17% pre-McCleary, 15% post-McCleary is Epsilon. So you can see, although the way that we're receiving our revenue has changed after McCleary, the way we're spending it is just about the same. Comments on that? Okay, that being said, you all have seen this historical fund balance chart several times now. You can see beginning in 2012-13, fund balances increased steadily. That was intentional due to the opening of the Tahoma School Regional Learning Center, which I think at the time was the largest high school in the state. There were a lot of costs that the district wanted to, that we weren't going to be aware of, and we wanted to prepare for those unexpected costs, hence why we built up the fund balance. Up till 2017-18, then of course, 18-19, McCleary funding began, and we weren't entirely sure how much of an impact that would have on us, and it did boost our fund balance up to that peak in 2019-2020 of $37.3 million, or about 29% of total revenue. Taking a look at 21-22, this is still an estimate. We're still working through and figuring out, closing up the books for last year. But as of right now, we believe we will finish at $29.9 million. The last estimate we gave you back in July for the June financials was 29.5. And again, that increase is due to a decrease in expenditures due to supply chain issues and us not being able to get a lot of the things that we ordered for the district. Now, now that we take a look and saw where we came from, where we're currently at, let's take a look and see where we're going and why we're going to implement this ad hoc budget committee that you all had voted on and passed a few months ago. So at this point, if you look at, this is a graph. The red is our total expenditures every year. The green is our total revenue every year. And you can see beginning in 2012-13, the green slightly outpaced the red. That trend continues all the way up until about the 2020-2021 school year, where they cross and intersect. And at that point forward, our expenditures are greater than our revenue. Hence why our fund balance is going to decrease. We are spending more than what we take in. At this point, if you look at our 4-year forecast, between the 21-22 school year and the 25-26 school year, we're going to average a decrease in fund balance of about $5.4 million per year. The reason why we are creating this ad hoc budget committee is because without any action, we may be forced to go through a lot of difficult conversations that could lead to potential layoffs, suspension of extracurricular and curricular programs, and overall decrease in our standards of excellence for our students. The purpose of the ad hoc budget committee is to educate our stakeholders of the district, of our district's financial position. That way we can get feedback and support from those stakeholders to create a more ideal fund balance percentage. So as you all have heard and we've discussed in the past, ideally we would like the fund balance percentage to be anywhere between 10 and 12% of total revenue. By the 23-24 school year, if we continue at this rate, we are projecting the fund balance percentage to reach 9% and as low as 5% of total revenue by 25-26. Ideally, we want to create this ad hoc budget committee, receive feedback from our community, from our stakeholders, have these hard conversations, make these tough decisions to get our fund balance to that blue trend mark of 10 to 12% as you all, the board, had suggested to us.
Bill?
Yeah.
This slide and the last slide, the projected fund balance and then the projected revenue on the previous slide, are those projections with or without a levy renewal?
Those include the levy.
At the same rate? Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
And is that one of the things that the group would be giving a recommendation about, that how much we should ask the community for in terms of the levy, and then also what we should prioritize for expenditures? Is that the overarching goal of that group?
At a high level, what we
Yeah.
should reference.
Did I hear you right? So even if we run the levy, even if we're successful in that, from what I saw, the delta might be shrinking or say parallel. But is our expenditure cuts, are those things, is that 10 to 15%? I think that's what you said the ideal fund balance is, somewhere between there.
Yep.
Is that a target to be like managed to, or is that just something you don't want to go below? I mean, would we make cuts to get back into that range?
Managed to.
Managed
So, I guess, and I'll let Lori speak to it as well. The assumption on that graph, like Bill just said, is run $2 per thousand levy, which is what we have existing. So that's certainly one of the things we want from the community group to get feedback on. If we end up at 9%, that's not terrifying because that's recoverable. But the ideal or the target percentage that we had discussions with the board in 2020 around, the board landed on 10 to 12%, based on looking at comparable sized districts and what's ideal fiscally responsible to hang on to, which basically represents a month's worth of being able to keep the doors open or something like that.
How many months?
A month.
A month.
As far as the timeline for that ad hoc budget committee, this is the same timeline that we presented back in June. We want to get this going here pretty quickly. first meeting next month. The plan is to have 3 meetings. We'll have a 4th one in January if we need to. At that point, we'll then ask the ad hoc budget committee to submit their feedback and recommendations to those who are leading the committee. Or then we'll put a subcommittee together in February to create a conclusion of all the findings as we begin our preparing for the 23-24 budget in March. So that budget preparation will start in March, and we will then give you all continuous updates of board meetings like we did this last year before we finalize it in late June, so early July.
And the committee members have been identified.
Not yet.
We know who we're gonna pull.
Can you say that louder, Matt?
Who we're gonna pull. Like,
So it's the list of who's going to be represented, not by name, but by where they're from, is established. That was approved by the board. We just haven't gotten the people yet. AJ and the team will solicit together. Pete, anything you want to add?
No, I guess just that it's all very familiar from our previous conversations as a board and you know, in planning for this. Really helpful to get that kind of feedback from our community and buy-in, shared ownership of the direction forward. You know, having a more gentle glide path and a sustainable fund balance is something that would keep our district strong and keep us, provide the flexibility to be able to do the things that we've been planning to do and create the vision that we're moving forward with for not only 2025 but 2030 and beyond. So really important work, and I'm excited to get it started.
One of the parts, I guess, that I think it's important for us to recognize the journey that we've taken. And when I look at this, I look at 2019, 2020, and a fund balance of 29%. And I think about where our students were and our need to make an investment on learning recovery for our kids going into the pandemic. And so that's what's been happening. This is what it looks like when you spend down a fund balance. And the conversations are, okay, well, now how do we get those two numbers then closer together? It's not the wheels are falling off sort of conversation. It's this is what we've designed to have happen, to spend down the fund balance for our kids. So that's what I would say. I'm going to ask that the board members, I asked you guys to put those habits cards out in front of you. And I'm going to ask that you, this time, in the context of that, in the seat that you sit in, I want you to narrow it down to 3 that you feel like these are high priority for me in terms of habits that I need to be practicing as we think about our financial position moving forward. So trying to narrow it down to 3.
that we need to work on?
Not necessarily need to work on.
Is this a growth exercise?
Not a growth exercise, no, just need to prioritize. About 30 more seconds. It's hard voting some of them off the island.
It really is.
Once you wrap up, if you have a quick conversation with your elbow partner, and I'll be your partner.
She's very fortunate.
So the question was up for you.
It just stood out because
That's why
the timeline obviously time is of essence, so understanding we're adding
Oh, I like those, it makes sense, especially making sure it's open about we do not want to flag implementation. So it is a good idea to use the short-term possibilities, but just make sure it's not maybe like it didn't happen because it was just first of all, we need
Yeah, I mean, that's unusual, especially right.
so that's
Here's the bill, and it's pretty well.
All right, 30 seconds, finishing touches on it. Saw some patterns out there, which is great. But then I also saw, you got 12 habits. They're all pretty relevant to what we're talking about. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to reflect on that. In our interest of time, I'm going to flip over to our housing update at this point, which is Annette and Gloria.
So it's fun to think back over time, pre-pandemic, to the forming of the housing committee and what the purpose was at that time. We had talked, Lori and myself, that I'd give the history of where we were and then she'll take us through these next steps. So the first part was we had previously to forming the housing committee had a committee that changed the boundaries for our elementary schools. And that was probably one of the most difficult times that I've seen us go through in a school district, just because it's so emotional about changing your school for your family and your students. And those were some board meeting nights where literally we sat in the front row facing the school board and hundreds of people were standing behind us. And everybody cared so much, they were trying to volunteer ideas about, well, I could make food for the students so that you don't have to switch schools to make food service work. And you think it was coming from a area of care. It wasn't an area of selfishness. And so moving forward, knowing we had to plan for the short term and the long term in our school system, we formed a housing committee to bring in representatives of our teachers and our classified staff members, union voice, and also staff members representing different needs in the system. Special services, general education, ELL programs, community voices to say I don't even have children in the schools, but I have opinions about what should happen in my community. And so they all came together with us pre-pandemic. We formed the committee. We were ready to make a recommendation to say we've got some bulges here in our elementary schools, even after that boundary change. It was Lake Wilderness, Glacier Park, Tahoma Elementary, Cedar River. They didn't have enough elbow room for the students. And we were ready to make the recommendation, and at the same time then hit with the pandemic to say, you're going to close your schools and you're going to go to remote learning. So the thought of saying that the board was going to make a recommendation of some short-term boundary changes and not even have students on campus didn't make sense. So we put a hold on it and we explained to our community right now to work remotely, we can handle this, but we still will need to move forward in thinking about what are we doing short-term, and then we want those voices on the committee to think long-term. What's it going to look like in 10 years and what are our needs? And when Lori and I were reviewing it just the other day to say, gosh, do you remember the items that came up pre-pandemic and in the midst of the pandemic that we didn't even know were coming down the horizon? In that time, they changed class size requirements. And so we thought our capacities were covering things when we made the first boundary change, and in the middle of it, shrank down class size, which means you need more classrooms. Well, then that impacts all the district level programs that are in those other classrooms, and they're losing space. Also came down the line to say, gee, you need to think about future ready for your students. And so we had to expand our CTE programs. Well, we weren't necessarily seeing that on the horizon. 8-period day, let's consider that. And so, okay, how do you fit in classes when you're having an 8-period day instead of a 6-period day? So with all of those, our committee spent multiple years looking at and hearing the voices to say, what's everything that's impacting us? How's it impacting programs and students and families and building use? Getting all of that information. And then the committee members did brainstorming about, is there anything we can do short term without changing boundaries, just so we can house our students? Cedar River stepped up and said, hey, we don't want to lose students. We'd like to reconfigure our lunchroom and make some classroom spaces. We can do that short term. Then we were able to find that the modules to add to Cedar River short term to say we can fit those students in here, but we know it's not a long-term solution. We bought some portables because we had space at Lake Wilderness and Glacier Park. We were able to address some of that. We had to say Tahoma Elementary doesn't have another spot on the campus that can add anything. What are we going to do? And then long term now we know there's more things. CTE expanded beyond our wildest dreams about what you can do for students thinking toward the future. And so it was that idea then where we came to the board at the fall retreat last year and said, could we please have your permission to reach out to an architect who works with other districts, who can look at all the thinking the committee's been doing and say, gee, these are the types of things based on the need that you see coming, that yes, these type of things might work and these type of solutions might not work. And because we had to delay for so long, our demographer report had been a few years old, so it was saying, where do we get new information? And I think, Lori, that's where we would transition over to the next slide, which is, where are we now and where are we going?
Thank you. So yes, as you were hearing Annette talking about the demographer, getting us updated numbers and trying to understand what the impact from our previous numbers are because of COVID, we saw an impact on our enrollment numbers, and then if you recall that the city's made some adjustments to their comprehensive plan that is going to have some impacts to our community as well. So we have received an updated demographer numbers. You have seen them and have received a report on that. As Annette said, we have an architect working on some recommendations as far as what some possibilities could look like at the high school if we were to add space there, and some really exciting stuff that we're actually going to be bringing to you. But one of the things as we started having the conversations about recommendations from the architect had to do with how we're utilizing some of our buildings, and we really needed to take a look at reviewing our capacities, particularly at our elementary level, based upon what Annette was saying with the changes of programs. If you want to change to the next one, it's really about what do we want our schools to look like going forward when we look down, 10, 15 years. And as Annette said, we never could have predicted 10 years ago, some of the things that we're facing and dealing with now. But some of those programs to think about that are new that we weren't having conversations about previously was our transitional kindergarten. We have currently 2 of those throughout the district. Is that something we want to increase and have additional classes? Because the need and the demand is there. What is the want of the district? Preschool, what does that look like in the future for Tacoma? Specialty specialist spaces. We've added some really great content, particularly at the elementary when we talk about STEAM, STEM. Art has been really focused on, and all of those have an impact on how we're utilizing our buildings, particularly in elementary. And as Annette said, of course, CTE, going forward, what does that look like? And health and fitness, what are the needs there for all of our levels? And we've also had a lot of conversations recently around safety security and what implications and impacts do those have on our buildings. We're going to talk about that a little bit in a couple of minutes on where we're at as far as safety security. So where we're at currently is we're going to be getting all of that information here. Kyla's actually working with elementary schools on their capacity numbers and how do we see a vision using those elementary schools in the future. And we'll pull all that together, get some more input and feedback from our architect, and then we'll be presenting that information to the housing committee.
The part I would add for a broader context is, so Lori's talked about, safety and security play a role in housing. It's not as simple as number of students we have and number of rooms available. Lori and Annette have also explained that what programs we offer, what the rooms and spaces look like are relevant, especially when we talk about things like CTE. But as a system, we also need to decide, and as a community, how we feel about things like transitional kindergarten. And is this an important offering? Is it something we should have in every building? Sale program, is this something that we should have in every single building? Our commitment to health and fitness, is that something where we want spaces that are available in every building that match our expectations for the kid experience? And so this is a much bigger, broader conversation that we need to engage our community in. We certainly need to have multiple groups looking at the direction that we're going. So, and one part of that is the housing committee. So I want to make sure that we walk away not thinking the housing committee is going to have all of the answers. There's other parts that influence what's going to happen there.
So I have a question. I was on the housing, or have been on the housing committee since, I think, 2020. And obviously there have been several iterations of what we're focusing on. So coming into this next round, is this the question that is being tasked of that group? And then what is the timeline for getting an answer to this?
And I think that's where Mike was just making that reference of it's not the housing committee alone. And I think having that conversation with the housing committee, which is, it's not us alone to think about what do we want our district to look like, because to the point, the housing committee, it had been the elbow room and can we fit in all our district level programs? And this is saying, in light of all this, what other groups need the answers of what we want to look like, so that together then we can figure out what does that come together. What weighs high, what weighs low. Housing committee, I think up to that point had been poised to say, hey, let's weigh all of these and vote to say this is the best plan going forward 10 years.
So timeline wise, do we have a big picture timeline of when we want this answer?
Yeah. So I think, and you'll see this at the end of today in our conversation, but I would anticipate us coming in front of the board sometime in January with wanting to have a conversation around what does the group look like that's going to support identifying programs, and what's the community makeup of the group, and how are we gathering information from the picture that the community wants in that regard. Safety and security, you'll hear from Lori on a plan for that particular group. The housing committee already exists. There's probably 2 or 3 other groups that we want to consider So I anticipate the board having a conversation about that in January. All right, I'm going to shift it to Lori and Kyle, I believe.
Yes. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please, Mike. So just a quick update. We have Mr. Scott Rose, who's doing a security audit in the school district. Some of his pieces have already been completed. I have those up there. Where it has reviewed key issues. Sean Kelly met with each of the buildings to discuss some of their safety-related items that they've been thinking about. Feedback from both community and staff members. Those items were compiled and given to Mr. Scott Rose as part of his pre-walk. He wanted to be aware of the safety that's been going on so far. So that was shared with him, and his field observations concluded on Saturday this last weekend. He was able to go to each of our sites, not just schools, but also transportation and CSC. So all of our buildings, we want to make sure they're a part of the audit. He did both day and evening observations and did some with students and without, so that he had a full picture of what it was looking like at each of the schools. So that one call real quick. So those have been completed. He's looking at getting a very rough draft completed, or rough draft available to us to discuss by the 27th of this month. With the final review, final reports done by the 7th of October. And then I have a to be determined board report or board presentation by Mr. Rose on the 25th of October. I just need to contact Tamara and give her the green light to get us, as long as they get on the agenda. That is the anticipated date. He'll share his findings with you all. Anything to add to that, Lori? I will share that in a quick communication. His initial feedback was he really liked the consistency across the district, that all of our buildings would be doing the same thing, so he pointed that out. And so far, just overall positive impressions.
If there were any immediate security concerns, would he have made those available to you guys, and is that something that we would have addressed if there was something that was like, we need to address this?
I reached out yesterday to him via email to just say, hey, thanks for coming through. Is there anything that jumped out? He did not list any immediate concerns, so
Okay.
I could ask him specifically.
Okay.
If you'd like, I would imagine that in that communication he was maintaining of this, but there was nothing that stuck out.
Okay.
So going forward on what to do, what the plan is based upon what the plan is for that review and audit that we're going to be receiving from Mr. Rose, want to make sure that we have a group that's going to review and really look at all of the recommendations and findings, and that it's a good representation of people that have some expertise in this field of safety security. This is the group that we're looking at putting together at this point. You see, it's going to be a pretty substantial group of people. It's about 30 individuals total. Majority of those that you see on the left are individuals within the school district that currently sit on our safety committee. If you recall, we have a quarterly safety committee that meets, and so we grabbed a portion of those individuals that we believe would be a good representation and have good knowledge and feedback of safety and security to help review and make some, give us feedback on that report, and then actually making sure that we have a good representation from our community. And just a lot of those individuals are individuals that sit on our quarterly report, our quarterly committee as well. And you'll see one individual on the bottom on the right, Pat Peacock, who we met with individually, who has quite an extensive knowledge on safety and security. And so wanted to make sure that we have some expertise in our community, a community member involved in that makeup, yes.
And I think that's great that we have a community member who has the expertise and has shown the initiative to want to be involved in that. But was that opened up to everybody? I just want to make sure there's no kind of special treatment.
We haven't had any other people with that expertise that have made themselves available to us.
Okay.
At this time.
Okay.
And I have a mom question. One of my, not hesitations, but one of the things that I'm aware of as we're looking at an audit, for example, a safety audit, is that there could potentially be something that is part of that report that could be an area of weakness, let's say security-wise. As a mom, I am nervous about that information floating around out in public. so that somebody could use it to do something equal and awful for our kids. So how can we ensure that the people who are involved in this committee understand the importance of using information for good?
The majority of the individuals you see on that list there are individuals that represent different areas of our community that sit on our safety committee, and we have that conversation pretty regularly, but know that that will be one of the first things we address when we get this group together, the importance of keeping that information and conversations that we have throughout at least the beginning of that committee, within that committee.
Hey, what about the safety audit that's being done? Is that going to be open to the public or is that going to be private?
It's a really good question. Yes, it will be available to the public, but at a different level. So I don't think we won't be presenting or posting the maps that he's going to be looking at and maybe making based upon what we received from him last time, kind of going back to that last time we went through this process. It was very specific of actual maps, detailed maps, and highlighting where some potential changes, risks were that he actually saw or potential risks. And so we won't go at that level with the public, but we will definitely talk about at a higher level of areas of concern that we're looking at addressing.
And also on our communication piece, will that be very explicit when we do put that out? Because just based on social media rumblings in the community, I hear kind of both sides to that, they're not telling us everything and they're telling too much. So will that be a big part of your job to make sure that we're saying, we have a full report, but we're only providing as much detail as what is beneficial to the community? I'm just trying to think that piece through because I know I've heard so much on both sides of that.
Definitely have those conversations.
Yeah, I don't know that I think of that as a huge piece of communication to say we're giving you some information but not other bits of information. I think is in conversations that we've had with people around safety and security, that's been one of the things that we've articulated is people do want that transparency. They want to know as much information as they can get, but there's certain risk levels that come to that too. So it's one of the things that we definitely think about in what we're sharing. I think that, Lori and Kyle are going to do a good job, I think, setting that expectation for the group of what can be shared and what can't be shared. So I think there's the conversation of what needs to stay internal for the safety of our kids, but there's also the other side of it, what do we want to be shared? So it's going to be very intentional about bringing our community along throughout that process. It's certainly not a secretive process by any means.
Right.
And we want that stakeholder input, but doing it in a responsible way is definitely going to be top of mind for us in that.
Kind of a timeline that we're looking at currently. First of all, as we get this recommendations to Haley's concerns about are there any immediate concerns, what we really see is we will receive this audit, we will go through and have a presentation to the school board and then to this safety committee, and anticipate it coming in kind of a tiered level. There'll be those tier 1 levels that are immediate things that we can go in and implement change immediately that makes sense, and we will definitely do those for anything that is made aware of us, that tier 1. And then there's going to be those tier 2s that are changes that could be made maybe in this school year or by the summer, that with the budget resources that we currently have in this year, that we could make those decisions to go forward on. And then there's going to be like a longer term considerations that we're going to have to really grapple with and decide what we want to do. An example might be is, do we want to have portables going forward? Is that something that we're comfortable with, or is that something, no, we really feel like we need to have no really exterior portables at our building? Of course, that would take something along the lines of a bond measure to really implement any large changes there. So thinking of it in those that kind of a tiered process, but really setting the stage with this group about what the intent is, informing, bringing that committee along, and then actually for some of these people, we're going to need to go through and actually look and make visual contact of what are we talking about here. So looking at an elementary school, a middle school, and the high school, having that report from Scott, Mr. Rose, and then being able to ask questions, get feedback and thoughts after that presentation. And then I anticipate us creating a smaller subcommittee of expertise to actually look at what are the things that we really want to look at implementing and making recommendations going forward. And that group would then put that report together and bring it back to the larger committee to review and get feedback. And then we'd be sharing that out to the school board.
I keep asking the same question in terms of timeline, but just because apparently when we were doing this or that, I was standing during the plan part. This is important to me, so I'm just wondering when this actually, for the board, the final board report, what is your projected timeline for getting that in place?
I think we want to really look to see what the report looks like before we actually commit to a specific timeline. If there's not, if there's not a lot of feedback that's going to take a long time to process it, I could see the process going by a little bit quicker. But if there's some really big considerations, things that we need to dig into and discuss and give feedback back and forth and have those really rich discussions, and I want to make sure we're not trying to pack it into too close of a timeline, but definitely in this school year.
I guess kind of what Kyle was saying before, but like you're saying, is there going to be an opportunity after around the 10:25 mark to address immediate needs, though? So, I mean, it's a long-term plan and a short-term addressing immediate needs right away. Will the board be have an opportunity to say, yeah, let's address those right away, and then handle the rest,
Absolutely. There could be things when we get the report next week, or it's next week, right? We are going to get a draft report, I believe, next week, and there could be things on there that are like, we could implement tomorrow, and why would we not do it now? So absolutely, we'll be looking at it that level.
I'll interject there a little bit. So the draft outline is next week, and then some discussion on that. So then the final outline would be the 7th of October. And just some frozen communication, asking if there's any immediate question to see if there's a response.
I think just on the whole, like to overlay the whole process, I would just be super cognizant of the kids. There's this threat that we're trying to manage against here. But then there's also the stress of addressing the risk, and the kids can pick up on that. So I think as we do this whole thing, as we message it out, we work with the staff, and we start messaging out to the community, we be very cognizant of that. It's my experience. Been in law enforcement, I've been to active school calls and stuff like that. There's a heightened tension around this issue, and I think what we've learned over the last couple of years is our students pick up on kind of everything. So just being conscientious of that.
I had a conversation with Scott last week. At that point, he had been to each of our elementary schools, and one thing that he shared that was a big takeaway for me was around staff culture, around safety and security, and it's kind of one of those things where you can have all the systems in place, but if the people aren't following the protocols that you have, then it's not really any good. And he was really impressed at each of the buildings that he went to where staff were following those procedures. When he walked into a building, he was being approached by staff. When he was in the hallway, people were checking for his badge, not doing it in an intimidating way, but definitely that awareness, keeping their head on a swivel, always kind of being aware. He noticed that our recess staff were making sure to keep their eyes on the perimeters too. So I think a number of the things that we'll see from this report are more infrastructure based, and those will be where the recommendations are from. But there are certainly already things in place, and a big part of it is the way that our staff are carrying out the things that we have. So that was one thing that stood out for me, is that he was impressed by the way that our staff was not propping doors, not leaving gates open, things of that nature. So definitely something that our staff is making a conscious effort on being diligent about this year.
I don't know if this is an appropriate time for this question, but similar to that, talking about staff and just like infrastructure in terms of what safety looks like, and then staff being on board with that. I'm speaking with my mom hat on right now, just the last drill, well not drill, it was the lockdown for the high school. my son's perspective, which he's a pretty laid back kid, so for him to even have, I had to ask him, of course, but his take on that experience led me to a conversation with Lori and Pete, you and Mr. Mayor, about just family perception and what maybe some of our families are talking to their kids about when they leave our structures and when they leave our teachers at home. You know, kids are getting messaging like, run. You know, if there's a lockdown, you need to run. And several of my son's friends did run, and they tried jumping the fence and doing all that. And so I'm wondering, have we had in this whole safety conversation, have we considered or will we consider any messaging that we want to put out to the community about when our kids are home at night? What do we talk to about them about an issue like this? I mean, for instance, as I'm driving my car with my coffee, you would say, should I have ran out the door? And I don't even know how to answer that question. I don't know. What do you think? Tell me what to say. I don't know. So that's where I think that perhaps that piece might also be a nice supplement to the information that we learned from Mr. Rose, also a little education for family somewhere.
Sure. We had an after action review meeting a few days after the lockdown. Judy and Shelley was all part of that. Sam Shirley, Karen Bly, Sean, and that was one of the pieces that we talked about, not only the afterward, the education piece around it, but making sure that our staff and our students are supported too. So when they come back into the buildings, how quickly do you get back into something? What are the conversations that we're having? And at the high school level, all the teachers were asked to address kind of what you talked about the next morning with all of their students, conversation around how they were feeling, but also what did you do? Did you feel like it was the right decision? Why it is important if you're in the building, if you're in a classroom, to be able to go into that space too. So conversations that are happening, but I think the idea of bringing the parents into that conversation is helpful too.
One of the things the high school is actually doing based upon that, kind of what you're talking about as from a student perspective, and actually from a staff on what do I do when that happens, they're actually looking at putting a video together to present to students and to staff, kind of answering some of those questions about those situational type things on, you know, what your options are and things you know, not telling them what to do in every situation because it's situational, but these are the things you need to be thinking of before you take off running, you know, and those kind of helping to help support their decision making when they're going through that process.
Is it a conversation that you extend though to families? I mean, is that, because I'm thinking, like my son, I asked him, well, where were you supposed to go? This is Lou, but I don't really know. Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. You need to be able to know where you're supposed to go. And not that they haven't done a good job explaining that to him. He's a 15-year-old boy that's just not thinking, but I would like to have a little bit of information as a parent and a community member to be able to support that conversation, to know. And so I don't know. I mean, I don't know the answer to that. I'm just wondering, is it something that goes out into Home Matters, or is it something that is kind of brought out even further into the reaches of homes in terms of educating, and not just what we're telling the kids at home? I mean, at school.
I think there's examples of us doing that in other circumstances when something significant happens in our community or tragic, or even outside of our community.
Yeah.
We acknowledge that it's challenging for kids and adults to process their feelings and so forth. And I can see a dozen emails in my head that Mike has sent out that says, here's some resources for how you can help your kids process what they're feeling. Partnering with families like that, and it's a little bit different. It's not so much about how to process your feelings, but what to do in the moment. You know, sharing that resource with families. And I like that idea. That's what's kind of what it's like anyway. And if there's some consensus around that on an issue like this, then I like the issue too, just to reinforce the same messaging.
Because I think that definitely the emotional support piece is important. I think that, like you're saying, there are a lot of examples of that, but I don't know how to answer that question for my my child. I don't know what you guys, I don't know, and maybe I've missed the boat. Maybe you guys have sent that home and I haven't seen it, but I'm wondering, I don't know how to answer him. So I want to be able to give him the same answer that he's getting in school.
I think maybe wait to see what the report says, because I'm guessing if he's doing like a thorough audit, there'll be kind of, there won't just be like infrastructure changes he'll suggest. He probably will make some behavioral suggestions, process changes, things like that, which I'm guessing would provide some sort of basis for those conversations to line up on. So it probably makes sense just to see what the report looks like and then go from there.
I think one of the pieces, and Kyle, add on if you want to, that during the after action review, you can't describe every scenario that may occur. And so being able to have the answer for every kid where they were at that moment is very challenging. I was out in the restroom, which restroom? I was walking between 4 doors, and so that's part of the challenge with it. I can share that we had administrators on all sides of the building. It's like,
That's where it got down.
yeah, I'm like, it's kind of really distracted. I think it's all there.
But it feels like he's right above you. I mean, it's like,
He's cleaning that.
He's just practicing.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah. But I do know, in our after action piece that we talked about, or we heard from them, which adults were where, in terms of administrators directing kids. And so there's places where it could be during power hour where there wouldn't be an adult. They'd be off campus at that time. But I understand what you're saying. And part of what AJ brought up at the after action is there a benefit or some purpose for us to survey our kids on their experience and their after experience? See benefits to it. I also really appreciate what Michael said about keeping the kids in mind. Because the minute you said that, I picture a walk down the road in the gym, darkened, with 2 classes of 5-year-olds, and you want to see kindergartners get scared, and that does it. When you're saying you don't get to speak, you're trying to explain to the 5-year-old language why you need to sit and be quiet and move away from the door. And those are the drill. That's what the drill looks like when you do it, and it makes a lot.
I like the idea of that education piece, Haley, I think too, and I hope this was articulated because I know it was one of the pieces that we asked our high school teachers to talk about. For kids, really the first step is listen to the adults around you. Every staff member went through run, hide, fight training. We didn't put kids through that. We don't want them to be the experts on that. Obviously, everything is situational. Sometimes you gotta make the best decision for what's gonna keep you safe, but we do have staff who are trained at what to do in those scenarios, gather kids, get them in classrooms, they know the next step. So I think it's tough to break down all those situations, but really from the highest level, know that the adults around you are trained and they're gonna always do this decision that they feel is best to try and keep you safe. So maybe that's the most important message that we can share with families.
Yeah, I think that's great. I mean, just so that so that families who are reading that information are on the same page, just because that was exactly what he said. Well, so-and-so ran because his parents always told him just run. I'm like, okay, well, I don't know if that's exactly what the teachers told us to do. So just getting everybody on the same page, I think would be super helpful in some way.
Yeah, to add on to what Mike shared, the multiple scenarios that happen, and what you pointed out, Haley, is there's competing directions. We had school directions on a poster on the backside of the door. We also had 100+ kids running that were contrary to what the training is, and how do we manage that as a system? Because we may give directions to a parent who shared those 3 months ago, but now in a drill, I'm watching 10 of my friends go hop the fence. Is that the rule?
Yeah.
Yes, that?
Yeah.
So how do we navigate that situation? Maybe tough decisions.
It's a hard thing with emergencies. Really hard to plan for.
That's why we have the best director of public relations. That smiles.
I'm useless at emergency.
One of the parts of the after action report, Kyle led it by the way, was to begin by going through what should happen and then spend some time and talk about what did happen to compare those two things. And the amount of overlap was very strong in terms of response at buildings. But there were also some key learnings which were good too.
Were students part of that process?
He's talking about.
Oh, were students part of that process? Were there any students?
No. But there are different feedback mechanisms if we want to get some from kids. So. Anything else on safety? You don't have a limit on the number of questions.
Okay, keep going. I do not have a child in a portable, and I did get a chance to speak with Corey and Mr. Mayor about this too, and parents last week. But I don't have a child in a portable, but I keep going back to thinking about the kids in the portable, and I just so right now the thought is teachers have the ability in portables to lock if they choose.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. How are teachers dealing with that? I guess would be my next question, just because then now the burden is on them and community members or parents saying, you have this shirt, why aren't you doing it? How can you speak a little bit to how are they doing with that, or is that an issue?
I have not heard anything regarding that, particularly from a parent with a student in a portable.
Okay.
I know there's certain schools that the teachers got together and made the decision they were all going to lock their portables. I'm not aware of every single school where they're doing that, but I haven't received any feedback, and I have not received any concern from teachers either about that particular being a concern for them.
Okay.
Haley, I have a child in a portable.
Okay.
I get to wear that badge. And actually their door is locked and they use a badge to go in and out. They have a system. If somebody knocks on the door, they look out the window. And my son feels very comfortable and safe, and he feels like he is in a good, safe, nurturing environment. So it's not weird.
Okay.
This teacher was able to pull it off and make it just feel like it's a safe thing that we do.
Okay, now to go, what if I have my kid in a portable whose teacher thinks that this is just, I'm not locking my door, it's too hard for me to focus on teaching my lesson to all my kids, and I'm not gonna deal with managing the door. So now what if my kid's in that portable?
Maybe I can share a little bit more information.
Okay.
I met with 5 of the 6 elementary principals about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks ago,
Okay.
and shared that at this time it's kind of a building decision. 5 of the 6 at that moment decided that they were going to ask their teachers to lock their doors, and they were going to bring in the 6th elementary principal to do that as well. Some of the elementaries have purchased, not all portables are the same. Some have a window right next to the door, some the window's quite a ways down the portable. So if the window's right next to the door, the teacher's just able to look out and see who's at the door. For the ones that have a window that's kind of down the way and can't easily see, the principal purchased mirrors that could be on the opposite railing so that they can look out the window, see the mirror, and see who's at the door. So the principal's asked with the teachers now, Sean and I are doing safety checks periodically. That's now part of our check, which is to see which doors. I don't have a way of guaranteeing that every single one is locked. We're doing those checks until the report from Mr. Rose comes through on the recognition, whether there's a window or nothing, whatever.
Did you hear from the 6th principal? Are they gonna, since the meeting, are they gonna implement that as well?
I was under the impression that he was already on board with that. I did not have direct communication. The principal that he kind of pairs up with, so she was just going to share that we're all good to go on that. I will say that I did have a conversation with the middle school high school.
These are really important questions, so I'm glad you asked.
Yeah.
Is there a way for teachers who are in portables right now to have communication with each other to find out like what's working really well for other teachers? Like that system might be a great thing for a teacher at Adjournment Elementary. I mean, is there a way for them to kind of support each other in that? Just because I do feel like it's different than being in the building. I feel like if my kid was in a portable right now, I would be much more. I have a lot more on my mind with them in a portable than behind a locked door of a building in a classroom.
Up until this point in time, my understanding is the point of communication is with the teacher, principal, and principals have been having those conversations, not necessarily teacher from Glacier Park Elementary communicating with the Rock Creek Elementary.
Haley, are you asking these questions because you would like a very clear directive that we are locking all portable doors? Is that what you're?
I do. I mean, I think that that's something that, you know, if I go back to teaching in front of a classroom, I think, oh my gosh, I get really sidetracked as it is and have a hard time concentrating sometimes. I can't imagine teaching a lesson and also having to think about manning my door. That would be so difficult, but I also think about, I don't feel like my kid in a classroom behind the safety precautions that we've made in these buildings is not having the same experience as a kid who's out in a portable, whose teacher maybe says, I'm not messing with the door, I can't, I'm trying to teach 30 kids. And I feel like it's gonna come down on their shoulders if somebody's kid is in their class and they're like, you're the only teacher in this whole district who's not, you know, locking your door and blah, 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 blah. I don't feel like that is an equitable experience. I actually really don't. I feel like the safety is different for my kid in the school, in the building, than the kid who's outside in a portable whose teacher doesn't want to mess with locking the door. I don't know if that's happening, but I just don't feel like it's fair also to put that on our teachers. I think it should just be, we have to lock our doors until we have a better policy for the kids that are in portables. I understand that there's lunch recess, I understand there's recess, I understand kids are going to and from buildings for different classes, I get all of that, but it's the same thing about thinking about kids sitting in the movie theater, people sitting in the movie theater for a shooter. It's a lot different, and I just feel like it's something that is a quick lock, and if we just have the support for the teachers that are in the portables, I'm really in support of that. And I would want to know that we did that. I would want to know that as a district we said, yeah, there's going to be some inconveniences, but just putting in a policy or putting in a recommendation that everybody locks their door and that's what we're going to say for portables right now until we have something better. Yeah, I feel like it's important. And as a parent, if my kid were in that portable, I would want to know that I had the district backing my teacher and encouraging my teacher to lock that door.
So the board directors want to share anything?
Are you wanting to do that before we get the report? Because I'm guessing that's one of those things that floats up in the report. Is this something you want to like do before 10, what's the date? 7. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to consider both my short and long-term consequences of my actions by saying this, but I think that the benefits outweigh the risk to lock the door of the portal. Yes, I would, that is something I feel like we should just act on. I don't feel like it's very hard. I cannot imagine that there's going to be really any consequence in kids learning or, I mean, I'm not a safety expert, but I would feel like it would be a great step just to say this is what we're going to do in the interim. And, you know, and maybe create some sort of pathway like, hey, this is working really well for the teachers at Rock Creek. They have a knock system, they have a badge. Maybe share that with this system somehow, let everyone coordinate that. But I just think it's not difficult. And I think that it's a good, just kind of precautionary thing that we can do tomorrow. We talk about things that, you know, are immediate dangers that maybe Scott Rose found. Just telling our teachers to lock the doors, and that's what we're going to do as a district, is costs no money, and it's something that can start happening tomorrow. So yes.
I don't disagree, but we all have at least 2 hats that we wear. We're all parents of kids in the system, and we also are sitting in these seats with specific responsibilities and roles. And in the context of the chairs we're sitting in today, I feel as though while we can provide input, advice, and direction perhaps, and direction's too hard to word, not the right word, but input certainly, and sort of an advisory role, I feel as though there's a bright line, and this kind of fits into the not the what but the how, and is more of procedure than it would be policy, and in the domain of the district administration and so forth. Like I said, I don't necessarily disagree with you as a parent and a community member with relationships with throughout the community members. So I just want to be careful about that line, I guess, as far as the amount of effort that this body of 5 plus 1 here in that, and just in that conversation, just so that.
So to clarify, you're saying you think it's more procedural to put this kind of idea out there as opposed to.
I do.
Is that what you mean?
I think that the policy piece, or the conversation we're having is a little more holistic and visionary, and is embodied in the things that we had talked about previously. As to what are the things we can be doing immediately? We're looking system wide. What are the things we've been doing in the medium term and the long term to make sure that our kids are safe, and seeing the report from the consultant, considering all of those things, I agree with you, and I think that providing this kind of input is valuable. But I think that the carrying it out inside the building and providing a directive to teachers and all of that, I feel like that's a superintendent and building level conversation. But I tend to agree with you that as an aside, it doesn't cost any money. It provides maybe a bit of an inconvenience for the kids and staff that are in the portable buildings. But it does seem like a simple thing to do to provide some added safety.
Yeah, I mean, can I push back on that and just say, as a board, one of our top priorities is to protect the safety of our kids, and I feel like those kids in portables are more vulnerable than our kids that are behind our locked doors of our buildings. And I think that we could I understand what you're saying. It is procedural. It is like I'm maybe a little bit in the weeds, but I'll go in the weeds for safety. I mean, I just will. So I think that if it's gonna, if it's a matter of procedure versus policy and something that needs to be directed by principals, I feel like that's gonna end up falling on individuals, whereas I just don't think it should. I mean, our job as school board directors is to make sure these kids are safe. And looking at kids in a portable, I don't feel like they're as safe as the kids in the buildings. I just don't. And I know that if it was my kid, I'd be writing letters right now. I would.
But I will put a little time out because I'm again one of those parents, and my experience is not what you're describing. So I'm hesitant to say that this is a widespread problem because I just heard Kyle explain that he met with principals. So I know elementary principals, right? So I think sometimes when we hear people in the community talk about these issues, and rightfully so, they care about kids, and it's important to keep our kids safe. But I'm nervous to then make a decision on a policy that may be addressing something that's actually not a problem, because it sounds like this may not actually be a problem. It's not a problem in my child's experience in a portable, so I know that's just one child, but perhaps we could get information about whether or not this is actually a problem.
Well, I think in all fairness, you said I have my mother hat on right now, so that was your optic you're looking at. It seems like that's the optic you're primarily looking at, which is fair. And I think all of us sitting here with kids are like, do simple things to keep your kids safe. That makes complete sense. I don't hear Pete disagreeing with the approach. What I hear him disagreeing is like from the organizational, like what do? We tell the district, hey, keep our kids as safe as possible within the constraints that we have to operate, budget, and whatever else. You figure out how to do that. I think it sounds more appealing. Please, if I'm mischaracterizing this, but it's like how we do that, like is not where we sit. We're giving the direction, like, hey, run the process, get the report, give us recommendations, and then let's go from there. That's our purview as board members. I don't feel like I have the luxury of just being a dad here. And and like I said, I have firsthand experience with these types of things, and there's all sorts of various reasons why, in some people's opinions, portables are not the easiest targets. If you look at shoes, I won't get into that, but I think there's a lot of information out there that we'll get from the report. And I feel like to make sure that we're staying in our lane as strategy partners, I can wait, 15 days or whatever it is to get the report, and then if that bubbles up to the front and Mr. Rose says, oh yeah, why aren't you already doing this? Then we hop to and we do it. As a board member, that's how I feel. As a parent, I empathize and I agree with you, but I don't have the luxury of just being a dad on this board. I also have to go by the rules.
And I'd say, yeah, thank you.
I don't know if that's what I heard, but I
think that describes it well. And then there's an accountability factor too. If we get this and there's a directive and we say, okay, well, what did you do? What did you do? Did we do the things that we saw were important to do? And I think that's our role too, is to hold the district accountable to the things that we talked about.
Can I jump in?
Please.
The part for me on this one, it's not a perfect analog, but what it really makes me think about is the dark days of 2020 in terms of tough decisions that we put on the board's lap. And in particular, the number of times where decisions are being made for us or we're deferring around health and the health of our students. And specifically, the comfort of which we could point to and say we're letting health experts make the decisions. We're not health experts. And again, I know this isn't 100% analog, but as a system, we quickly began conversations to get the safety expert back into our system so that we could get feedback from somebody who has that experience, as opposed to me sitting in a room or Lori sitting in a room making that decision when somebody has more experience than us. Whether or not it's timely enough for everybody or not is certainly debatable, but it's big enough where it's not an individual who's going to sit and make that decision. We want our experts to come in, make recommendations. We want our safety committee to review those and push things forward. And it's just this fine line. It's not a fine line. It's when is that sort of process the important approach for us to take, an approved approach for us to take, and when is it that we should jump right in because we're in our own voices? Because 5 years ago we weren't having this conversation about portables. 2 years ago we weren't having this conversation. And so it has been that this has bubbled up through conversation. That's why we're having this conversation. Nothing's changed within our school system. And maybe it will lead to a spot where the board is having conversations and the community is having conversations around, do we want to be a school district that doesn't have any portables? I don't know if that's what's going to happen from it. That's debatable, but we've got to wait and see what comes from the report. I'm going to prepend that conversation. Everybody, it's my contact. Make sure we're good with that. If you are a board director who brought an electronic device, I just shared this right here that I'm going to post
I'm sticking up a version of this that is far too small for you to read, and I recognize that. So if you don't have access to where you can pull it up yourself, you're more than welcome to look on one of my machines. Matt, you have something?
I got that.
This will be our final activity prior to lunch. And what I'm going to ask that you do is have a piece of paper and draw a T-chart. I don't know. No, just maybe.
I like far exercise.
I don't know. Process this as much as I'm trying to figure out. On this T-chart, the heading for the left is going to be noticing, and the heading on the right is going to be wondering. And I'm going to ask that you, it's just impossible to read up on this one. So looking at your own device, walk yourself through this board self-evaluation and take about 7 or 8 minutes as you're reading through, and you're going to be marking down noticings that you see and wonderings that you have, or questions that are popping into your head. After about 7 or 8 minutes of processing, then we're going to have a chance to get together with others and discuss what you're seeing. So I'll be quiet for 7 to 8 minutes. Does everybody have this?
This is more personal. Professional. What do you think? Say it again.
Noticings and wonderings
Regarding what?
on those guys.
No, I can.
Oh, okay.
Here, I can see, here, you can have this. I can read it on my phone. I can read it on my phone. I have it. I got it.
About 3 minutes.
Is that enough time? Yeah, I should check. I don't know. Okay, more than 3. I'll check back in 3 to see where we're at.
What are the numbers on the bar?
Yeah, just 2 names. That's what I'm emailing the woman, trying to figure out why it's happening. Like, we only have 5.
Maybe these 11 people, like, who the director? No, it's just you 5. Just us 5.
Yeah, I emailed the woman who wants to figure out what's up.
Did we get Tacomas? People somehow?
40 was fine. Tahola?
You know, Marie is a high achiever, so maybe she went and redid it a couple times.
Well, that's the joking aside, it's like it skews the thing.
Yeah,
It's like, I have no idea if these are like accurate.
Yeah.
That's a good notice. Good job.
I have that big notice.
Can we maybe pause this conversation, because I feel like it completely influences, to that point, it influences our noticings and wonderings. Because that's wondering number one, right?
Which is a big one.
Who are these 11 people?
Or 5.
I'm really curious about their system.
Yeah.
Well, clearly their directors went up from 5 to 11 in the span of 7 years, so.
Okay, well, I'm happy to pause. I'll shift things, and this is the time where we can eat the food, which is great. Close this out. Close this out, and hopefully I'll get to hear back from her. So it's 27. I think you know that I like to start and end on time. At 57, we're going to fire back up. And next up will either be continuation of the review of the self-evaluation, or we'll shift into CARES role, depending on what we hear back. So 30 minutes. I encourage everybody to get out, get some beauty of the lake. And this is it.
Everyone on us. Yeah.
Timing wise, we're doing well. We don't want our clock to dictate what we do with our agenda and that. The timing wise, we're doing quite well. The second half of today, I have not gotten a response back from the gal at WSSDA regarding the self-evaluation. So we'll keep the pin in that. And if I do hear something during our time, we can jump back into it. But a couple of things going on. One is regrounding ourselves on our strategic plan and specifically our goals and how we're moving there. And then how that connects with the Tahoma Cares roles that the board has established and what you want those to look like. And we've got some feedback, have some ideas, want to have a conversation around that. After that, we want to talk a little bit about all of the jobs and what you guys anticipate for the switch over in December for roles for everybody. And then the last part of the day, then there's a professional learning opportunity that we have. And specifically, it's one of the books that's in front of us that we're going to process through part of it. And then the last part of the day was that, what I would call more nuts and bolts kind of. It's 1221, recording meetings, it's looking at bids, that checklist. So that's what we look like this afternoon. I know that we looked at this morning. Again, the mission is something that has to drive our work. That has to be the piece that we continue to look to. The values portion I've been reflecting on over the last year and feel like there's going to come a point where as a board we want to have a conversation about those values right there. Those were generated, the board was different at the time, where we were at, the school system felt a little different at the time. So I think putting that on our radar for a conversation at a work study or at our next retreat. So I'm just sharing that that's what's on my mind there. Most of you will notice that when I have put this up in front of you, I spend way more time up at the top than I do the bottom. I think that contributes to it, that I don't know that we are owning those in the way that really are. So our Tahoma Goals 2025, or Tahoma Cares, 5 areas that you see up there as a reminder. And AJ did a really nice job pointing out the depth of some of these, like climate and culture in the lower left-hand corner, reminding us that safety is a contributor, and it's one of the targets underneath the goal of climate and culture. And you'll find those in all sorts of areas. I think partnership is one where I'd encourage us to look closely at that. We use the language of partnership, but remembering the targets that come underneath there, and honestly thinking about where can we get better as a team. And certainly there's areas for growth everywhere out there. There's lots of places to celebrate, but certainly areas of growth as well. And so that, in the context of the board, is one thing.
when we think about it in terms of our strategic plan, a reminder that we've really got two parts to this. One is on the left-hand side, that's the district department plans. And so we've had like HR has come and spoke with us, transportation came and presented, et cetera. And on the right-hand side are the site plans that you're quite familiar with. And so again, this is in the context of reminding us of our work and our vision moving forward, but also how's this fitting in with what, as a board member, if you're owning one particular area, what the expectation is. I'll remind everybody again that we can't focus on 37 things at the same time, but at the center of all of this is growth for all of our kids. And you should, when you're in buildings, when you're having conversations with building leaders, you should hear more talk of high expectations, more talk of growth for all students. And it's not that there isn't talk of belonging or the other ones that are around there, but that focus on growth for all kids and high expectations has to be a part of what you hear building leaders talking about. It was made abundantly clear through our August retreat days with them. You'll notice when you go to the high school, the visual that they're using about who they are and where they're heading has high expectations at the top of it. So this piece, and I want to make sure that I go slow on this, and if there are questions or wonderings that you have, we have an opportunity for you to ask those right now. So our theory of action, how to improve growth for all students, how to get more growth for all of our kids. If you picture that upper right-hand corner as a classroom, so there's kids there, there's teacher there, and what the quality of that experience for a kid is influenced by a lot of different things. And so there's a lot of ways for us to try and influence that classroom experience. One of them, as a principal or as an instructional coach, would be go to observations, provide them feedback, and make them a better teacher that way, etc. We could ask them and provide them with time to do their own professional development. What research shows is that the single biggest factor sits around this idea of collective efficacy, which is putting teams of teachers in a position to have conversations about what their kids should know, where they're at, whether or not they're making the growth, and how to move learning forward, and then seeing that impact the kids' learning. So those effective teams, that's on the left there. And if you think about like an elementary example, it's probably the easiest one. A team would, in most cases, be a grade level team. So all the sixth grade teachers or fifth grade teachers at Cedar River get together. And the model that we're using is one called the PLC Plus model that you're very familiar with. The next step over is for those teams to be effective, we really need principals, coaches, and our building leaders to do things differently. Those teams won't work well without us doing things differently at the building leader level. And specifically, to run an effective PLC Plus requires a skill. They refer to them as an activator, but you think of it as a facilitator. These people need training, they need support, they need resources to help them be able to run their teams effectively. And so we need building level leadership that supports that. At the district level, one step over from that, we've got to stay ahead of where teams are actually at and what their needs may be, because teams are all going to be different. So what it looks like at Glacier Park right now is different than what it looks like at Shadow Lake. And part of that is just the work that's been done prior to this year. Part of it is who they have running their teams, etc. They look different, so their needs are actually different. So district leaders being able to be flexible and responsive to what people need. In a slow down, so you should see our teaching and learning people out in buildings on a regular basis. I know that myself and Tony and Lindsay and Dawn and Mike Perniansky, we meet 2 to 3 times a week to talk about what's happening, what we're seeing happen in these PLC pluses. All 5 of us are in buildings every Friday
last Friday I was at the high school to start the day, and I went and saw 5 different groups. And then in the afternoon after that, I went to Cedar River and spent time with their 5th grade team. And then had conversations with the principal afterwards about here's what we're seeing, what are your needs, what can we do to support you. So making sure that we're proximate to the work so that we're able to be responsive is just hugely important right now. And as you might expect, we've just got a range of teams that are in all different spots. And that's okay. We knew that that's where we were going to be heading.
Mike, are they basically, sorry to interject, are they basically just right now divided out on grade level? Is that?
So that's the easy one, is to talk about elementary, that is like that, and then the specialists are together. And that kind of stuff. When you move, like for example, into the high school, people who teach Algebra 2 are working together. They've got Zero 5. CTE has a few different groups with different focuses. One is focused on project-based learning. We can remember what the other two are focused on. But so they're for the most part self-selecting. Go ahead, Maria.
I had a question for you about, you were saying different grades or some groups are at a further along point than others. And
I just said there are different places.
yes, different places on the continuum.
Yeah.
So in terms of learning that can be had between school buildings, is there an opportunity for principals to come together and talk about what effective strategies they're seeing there?
Great question. So there's several different structures that are in place to support that. One of them is monthly meetings that I run where all 9 principals and their coaches are there. And the high school brings their assistant principal, and the middle schools will be bringing their assistant principals to that as well. And that is focused on how can we learn from each other. That's the primary part of that. Our teaching and learning department has teaching and learning leadership meetings that are monthly, where it's basically the same group that I just mentioned, but also content coaches are there. And they're focused on closer to the work, which is what are the material supports, et cetera, that we put in your hands that you're actually able to use with your activators for the work. Then teaching and learning has monthly leveled meetings with the principals and coaches, where all the elementary principals and coaches are together teaching and learning. The middle school ones are, and the high school ones are. Separate from that, our high school and middle school administrators have started meeting on their own, and the 6 elementary principals have met together on their own for 6 years now.
So some of those things are new and some are not.
Correct. The other one is we see teaching and learning having more regular meetings with the building coaches as a communication tool to find out what the coaches in the buildings and how best to support them. I share all of this because I want you to be in a position when you walk into the buildings to engage in conversations about how this investment is moving forward, where we're seeing pinch points and where we're seeing movement forward. I would say, for me, part of my mantra is we want to build this for the long haul. And that starts by building a foundation, which is relationships, it's norms, how we operate together, and truly understanding the how part of PLC Plus is going to come, and we'll get better at it, and processing through the questions that you do and how to dig into the standards. That piece will develop with time. So,
is there a process on the PLC buses, like, so say they have a need when it comes to resources? Is there a process like that they will go through to get them that?
Yeah, so most of, in the end, what you really end up seeing, I want to be careful not to paint with too broad of a brush. Most of this ends up focusing on instructional practice and what you're doing as a professional educator to move learning forward. And it's generally is less about resources or curricula.
that may not always be the case or whatever, but if something were to surface where we see it, we would already know this, but if there was a gap between standards and the materials that we have, we would already know that. But if something were somehow to come up, that was an issue, oh gosh, yeah, that's a rapid addressing kind of thing.
Okay.
But it's generally focused on instructional practices, the thing, on the learning board.
And just so that I feel like you said, this is super helpful for when we go into buildings to understand the PLC class and what it looks like. But are these topics generally kind of generated by the team themselves, or how do they come up with the topic?
Yeah, so I'll use the 5th grade team of Cedar River as an example. So really high functioning team, and just I have so much admiration for all of them. Julie Rodriguez has been around for a long time, and she leads that team and does a wonderful job. They don't all teach the same thing because they team teach. So some of them don't teach English and some of them don't teach math. What they did is they looked at their Smart Balance assessment results as a guide for what can we do better to help our kids better. That will work for all of us. And where they landed on was a standard around reading informational text, and specifically the standard around vocabulary. And so that was their choice. That's what they decided to do. The principal didn't tell them what to do or anything like that. And it was pretty awesome just to listen to them process through that standard and what they think it means or could mean, what kids should come to them with, how they're going to know whether or not the kids are actually there. It's just the kind of conversation that you want your educators to be having. So, and then the next step to that will be what can we do differently going forward for all our kids.
Early returns on the first couple of Fridays. I'm hearing a lot of excitement, energy, momentum around this. Are you hearing the same thing? Is it across the board? Is it for the most part? Is it?
I would say between across the board and for the most part. There's still pinch points with groupings and what should we do with these people? What's the right thing? What's really going to be effective for them and their students? And so those are some pinch points that we're processing through. But overall, it's really impressive. Good.
Sorry, one more just clarifying question. And so, this is the first full year of the PLC plus model. Is that okay? And is it? Are you expecting to see major change, major growth, or were we kind of doing some of this work prior to this, like meeting in teams and kind of having goals and working through? How different is it from what they were doing in the those early release days?
Yeah. So that one's hard for me to answer because it makes an assumption that all 1,200 employees were doing the same stuff last year. And Cedar River again, I'll use the 5th grade team as an example. They've been a highly collaborative team forever and well led. So that's awesome. What we're asking them to do with the PLC Plus model is different though. And it's a structure that really focuses their conversation on the student growth in a very productive way. So I do expect to see a major difference. Not the first month, but when there are other places where folks haven't been as collaborative for varied reasons, like I haven't had a teammate who teaches the same thing as me, so I haven't had a need to collaborate. So it's it really depends on where we're talking about.
As a follow-up to that question, who is actually tracking the benefit of the PLC investment?
So teaching and learning, that's how we're going to end up monitoring it. But we do have tracking sheets that the principals and coaches are using for who's working on what, so that we know what the focus is for each team.
I think by talking to Don, I think right now, correct me if I'm wrong, we're just trying to like learn to build a muscle, and we're really not. There's not a lot of data around it, so I think it's mostly like anecdotal, and that will probably be the case for a while until we can start harvesting this. And I know Dawn loves data, so I'm sure she'll be all over it as soon as she can. But it's really just kind of anecdotal stories, I think, right now. At that point.
Yeah, I guess that was my question is, what does success look like in the end? How are we measuring that? What's the metrics going to be used for this? Right? And what success really is?
I think there's levels to that. In the end, it's growth for some kid. What is a realistic time frame across a system of our size to implement mass initiative? And this is massive. It is a transformational shift in what people are doing for the most part. And time frames matter. So what do the periodic successes look like that lead up to growth for all kids? I think is also the piece that we're trying to track in monitor, and to ask the right questions at this point.
I know you really want to. This is the last thing I will say.
You guys can talk about it.
So I'm going to wear my partnership hat for just a second. As you're talking, and we use words like transformational, this is paramount. This is so exciting, and clearly within Tahoma, the system of Tahoma, people understand what a significant shift this is. I'm wondering if there's some messaging that we can give to the community beyond the walls of our buildings around this, because I've talked to several friends who say that the shift on Fridays was really just a scheduling change. They don't understand the impact of it. And so if it is as transformational as we hope, and I am fully optimistic that it's going to be, I think that there's an opportunity to celebrate and message around that.
AJ, that was directed at you.
I was not looking at you. I was looking at mine.
I like that.
It's, yes, that's in the works already. I think when we look at what our focus is for this year, a lot of those areas, but specifically around high expectations, using what's being done in PLC Plus as a way to leverage a lot of positive storytelling about what's happening in the district is huge. As Mike says, it's not in the first month type of thing where it's going to be easy to go out and say, here's where PLC Plus led to this outcome for students. So just being patient with it. One concrete example I can give is the first week of October. It's Instructional Coaches Day. So using that holiday to kind of leverage the work that our coaches are doing in their buildings and kind of introducing the work that's been done in the first month around PLC Plus and what that structure looks like, and everyone's following that. So early next month will really be the first time that we do some storytelling around what's being done on Fridays. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think the other part, be careful with labels. I use the word transformational very intentionally. And this to your question, this is not a tweak on something that was happening before. We're not tweaking the collaboration. This is a different approach to it. It's unique. It's novel. The history of it, we talked about PLC's existence since the 90s, but PLC Plus is unique and different, quite different from PLCs. And some of our staff are familiar with PLCs, for sure. This is just different. So that was to back us up. What are we doing? What's our approach? How do we make CARES come alive? And each of you at a board meeting identified a CARES goal that you were going to take ownership of, and then the questions really started. What does that mean? What does that look like? How are we going to operationalize this thing? And we've had some conversations and done some initial thinking to come up with a starting spot for that conversation. Additionally, there's been questions about what do I do when I go to the buildings? what is the expectation for what happens during our building visits? And so wanted to provide some guidance around that as well. And I say guidance, what I really mean is start the conversation with not a blank slate. Now, that said, the building assignments portion, it's not just that there's some guidance found in procedure 1005. That's a procedure. So those are things that are expectations that exist unless the board chooses to change them. And so down below, as far as the building assignments part, that still exists. You're going to connect regularly with 1 to 2 schools. Your relationship with that principal will be different than most principals. You will attend some events, which could be celebration of learning, could be assemblies, whatever it is that you choose to go to. Additionally, there should be a level of familiarity with that site plan that's different than the other buildings. And that's partially because of the conversations that you have when you go and visit with the administration there. And then lastly, there's an expectation that you've connected with the parent group, whether it's the PTA or PTO. That is not me inventing it, that's found in the procedure for the expectation. So, and after today's meeting, if you want me to, you'll have access to this on board docs, but if you want me to list something out or whatever, anything else you got nice and handy, I'm happy to do that. Shifting over to the CARES portion, this is the novel part. And thinking about the actual purpose, boy, when you think of those 5 goal areas, it's not going to be the same for everything. It's going to look different. And in particular, something like, I'll use high expectations, which is Michael's goal area. Michael has the opportunity to see evidence or lack of evidence of this in all areas of the district in an easy way. With high expectations, I would expect that his main point of contact is Dawn. And that during his building visits, that's a thing that's in the back of his mind, is looking for evidence of high expectations. Site plans provide evidence of that as well. You compare that with a partnership goal. You're not going to find evidence of that necessarily in site plans. That's not the expectation. That's not what the site plan is for. The staff member who's probably most connected with that, well, it's actually several, and it depends on which thing, which area you're talking about. I would certainly be one of them. AJ is certainly one of them. I would expect that there's probably times where Tony actually may be the person, or even HR. So that one's a little bit different. When we think about climate culture, and this is one where there's multiple directors who would have touches on this. Again, Dawn, especially around the data portion, would be a person. Climate culture is going to be found in the site plans. So that's one where you should be able to find evidence of that in schools, and it's pretty straightforward. So multiple directors again on that one. Equity has a goal area. Tony is obviously our point person for the connection on that. And the evidence of that in schools in a site plan is going to be tougher to find, but the evidence of activities that are happening would be more conversational. Let me see.
Wellness.
Which one?
Wellness.
Wellness. So there's multiple people on wellness. Obviously, Liz plays a key role. Tony is beginning to play a more important role in supporting that area down there as well. So I would actually add Tony to that list. And then, of course, Annette is ultimately the director over that one. But then when it comes to building visits, you'll have lots of examples and conversations that you can have that not just with counselors or expert folks or whatever, but building leaders should be aware of what's happening around wellness in their site as well. I think an example, I'll give 2 examples. One is this is the year, it's alternating years when the state requires 7 hours of training for equity and 7 hours of training for social emotional learning. this is the social emotional learning year, and many of our buildings are doing mental health first aid training for staff, which is wonderful. It's an incredible opportunity. Principals would be well aware of that, those kinds of things going on, but then obviously counselors would too. I think you're getting the idea of, there's multiple touch points for most of these. Some of them are a little different in terms of which director. Then when we think about, okay, so I gather this, I become the person who has a better understanding of where we're at. Here's the other part I would share before I move on there, is your superintendent should know about all those areas. So when you have your regular meetings with the superintendent, that person better know what's going on. And it's fair for you to ask and push on those things and want more data or want more information. That's absolutely. So as you become that person who represents the board that has the best finger on the pulse, where is the opportunity for sharing and passing on this information, and how does that connect with what we're doing as a school system around our strategic plan? The most logical place for this to occur is actually the site plan work studies. And that will be two different touch points that you get to share with each other. That's what I would highly recommend. I don't know that we want to incorporate a new agenda item into board meetings or something that require an update when one isn't necessarily needed or whatever. But the frequency, I think, is a part for us to talk about, and two felt right. So that's why I put that out there. Looks like everybody's either tired or approves of it.
Yes.
It's not like I just threw it out there and only did 5 minutes thinking about this.
If I think of it like a flywheel, Mike, so it's kind of, those are the places where we can plug in and sort of get insight, visibility, and information on our particular cares focus areas, and then if we can kind of share that at the work studies, but in terms of like, if those things raise questions or we feel like there's some place to like put a finger into it or something, then that's when we come back to you.
Yes, for sure. I hope everybody heard that. If you're seeing things and it's generating questions, or it's generating to you a need for additional information, we don't wait for this. That's definitely, and no, we so I'm gonna pop to this thing. That's really small. I hope everybody can read it. This was my best guess at current assignments. I'm sure I'm off on one or two, like tech advisory, or somebody is that not being done. And what we need to do is figure out, we're not voting here, that occurs in a formal way for those top positions or whatever, but we want to figure out what do we think this is going to look like in December at the transition meeting or whatever.
And can I give just a little bit of background
Please.
From Matt, only because I don't think you were part of this conversation last time, and Haley, I don't think you were either. We made a shift last year to really be mindful of people's time commitments, because what was happening is somebody might be the president, which is a high time requirement, and they might be the finance rep, which is also a high time requirement, and the teaching and learning rep. So suddenly that person is loaded with a lot of work, and other people don't have as much. So we intentionally, we said, okay, president is a high time commitment, finance rep is, teaching and learning is,
legislative
and was it operations?
That sound right?
So each of those, I don't know that, I think operations is supposed to go over to Haley, but I might be wrong on that. Anyway, each of those positions we were anticipating would be good for one person. We each took one we would be well served.
Matt looks overloaded.
Well, what we need to do, what this really is just a list for you to look at. and
Okay.
figure out.
That's eyes are glazing over, I like what you're doing
I'll
there.
just leave for you.
And part of this, what I was wrestling with when I generated this list is, you'll notice right below Haley is safety committee. And then down here below Matt is operations. Do we separate those out, or is that the same person?
That was a mistake, yeah. I think operations, and this is my mistake for not catching it when I looked at this. I think operations is actually supposed to be Haley's assignment.
Okay.
So
And is it
safety,
the same as safety?
those two are connected,
They're connected, but not the same.
right, but not the same.
Okay.
So is this list what we've currently been working on? I've never seen safety under my report. Are you sure that I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if we're switching. It doesn't matter. Okay.
So what this really is our need to shift over to next assignments, which is,
That's
We have there are no expectations.
Let's start over again.
so,
So we're done.
I don't have a good way of
Oh, bad for you guys.
Could we do the high time commitments first? If we could start there, I think that would help.
We can talk.
So, also probably for everybody, I don't know, but certainly for Matt or Haley, traditionally the vice president role, anybody moving into president and vice president, that's meant to prepare that person for that role. Hasn't always happened, sometimes the person just stays there or whatever, but this is not, we're not voting, but wondering what may end up happening as we move towards December.
So is anybody interested in the presidency position?
No. I'll make it easy. No, not me.
Yeah, that's residency. Subconsciously.
To
I'm just starting here.
echo what Mike
I'm
just
just
said,
starting here
to
right
echo
now.
what Mike just said, yeah. That's been the intent of this last year's training.
So you're
On the
saying
flip
one.
side-
And you're excited, I know,
Wow.
there needs to be some enthusiasm.
Oh, yeah.
Let's hear a speech. Pete.
Not prepared for that.
Who's doing T&L? Okay.
I mean, I started it with, I started sort of processes with Dawn, so, but if someone else, I know that sure.
I
That's kind of
loved
your
having you in that position.
Okay.
If I could, I would like to take partnerships back.
You're a partnership.
Well, I know, the PR department, only because I am partnerships, it feels like a natural partner.
He just wants to work with AJ, that's
Well, that's
Everybody loves it.
Everybody loves
He's
AJ, that's
my
fine.
favorite, yeah.
You need to be less likable.
Malia, what's your top line?
Yeah, I'm comfortable being vice president next year if nobody else wants it. Do you want it? I know you don't want it and you don't want it, and do you
I don't
want
like
it?
Doesn't that just mean you move back into president though?
Yeah, I see the
That's
loop
not
report. I like that loop. I like that loop.
That's
Just
a
keep doing this
You
loop.
guys got going.
Well, I don't know that anybody else wants it. Do you want it?
Wait,
I haven't spent any time thinking that I want that.
Okay, so
are you
also,
gonna do finance?
Beg your pardon?
Are you gonna do finance? I hope so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're okay with me writing finance here? Okay. What am I writing up here, Haley?
What do I have to choose from? Operations and legislative?
Yeah.
Your safety committee.
I think you're a really good fit for legislative.
Yeah, actually, I mean, right now, I'm working on a fundraiser for the football team, so,
Okay.
yeah,
If you're happy with that, then that's.
yeah.
Okay.
I've got it.
Sorry, he wants to say
listening.
legislative, so I'll take operations or safety. I'm obviously passionate about safety.
By the end of the week, every door will be locked in the entire district.
bathrooms,
Everything locked.
Closets, you won't be able to get into any nook or cranny.
Progress, Mike. We're filling in boxes.
He's trying to keep us focused.
Trying.
Filling in boxes.
Mike's like, knock it off.
Yeah.
I don't like how this didn't all fit in one spot, but that's okay.
Do we need the 6th column?
We don't,
Is it just a place like a parking lot?
It was the parking lot of
It was tech advisory parking lot.
But I thought that was me. Well,
You did ask for
otherwise
it.
I have no idea why I've been at the last two.
You asked for it, I remember, in that email, you asked for tech advisory.
Okay.
Do you like it?
Here you go.
But you have no idea why you've been at those.
There you are.
Yeah,
You're in.
fine.
Now you're in it.
But I actually take that back. So if Pete gives me the high school as my school, then I'll take tech advice. I'm gonna leverage you.
If you take what? High school?
Whoa,
Oh,
back
sorry,
to school,
sorry.
yeah.
Okay, all right.
I'm just trying to fun count, that's all.
I'm gonna fight you for the high school, but okay.
PTA Roundtable Chamber of Commerce.
I feel like that for partnerships, since I'm wearing the partnership hat, that feels like a natural yes to me. And
Both of them?
oh,
Or the chamber?
I feel like the PTA roundtable is a great experience for somebody else to experience. They have. I've taken it for so many years. If somebody else wants, like Haley, I think of you as being that would be a great natural fit.
Okay, I'll go there.
The PTA roundtable.
PTA roundtable.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to connect with.
Presidents
Okay.
come together. Sure things.
Student board reps, behavioral health collective, equity. Student board reps, anybody else wanna, or you wanna continue on, Pete?
I don't mind continuing. I just feel like I'm barely kind of getting my feet under
Got it. Behavioral health
But I wouldn't.
Any help?
Yeah, well, yeah, but just a finishing thought on the student board reps thing. For the other four of you, keep that in mind as we move along, because it's we interview for this in the spring for the new cohort coming in next year, and you develop relationships with those kids at that point in time, and that's really, if there's going to be a handoff, it needs to happen in the spring when you do those interviews, as opposed to now when maybe it's Michael that put his hand in the air and said, I want to be the student board rep guy. Well, now this cohort doesn't know you the same way. And so the handoff can be kind of awkward at that point. So that's one that's just kind of, I don't know, has some unique timing pieces attached to it. So if you want to do it, not that we're deciding on this right now, but if I do it this year, somebody else wants to do it next year,
I'm interested if nobody else.
You would do the handoff in the spring.
well, I would have that board member sit in on the interviews. And
I also did
participate.
find the number two of you there.
Right.
That was some benefit during.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I can hear back up if nobody else wants it. Did you say that you maybe wanted it, Michael?
I was back up earlier.
Oh, you were the backup.
If y'all keep asking that question, I say no.
I enjoyed it.
I look like a misfit. I don't want anything.
That was fun though.
I want as much
I
white
enjoyed
space
that.
and
They
have
were
more.
awesome.
They were great.
They were all.
Can I just recommend that you continue on with the equity committee?
Yeah.
Based on your.
Based on my cares assignment.
And then the behavioral health collective makes sense for Matt to do actually.
Yep.
That's all right. Can you've been doing it, Pete?
I have. We don't want to speak to it. I'd be delighted to. It's a really terrific partnership between school district employees. There's a Siemens Valley employee that's involved. There's a number of private clinicians that are on this collective group. And then there's some just kind of broader community groups that are out there too. And the idea being that mental health and wellness and behavioral health, all of that is bigger than the schools and something that impacts our community more broadly. And so we need a team to come together to figure out how to serve that community the best. And so that's really what it is this collective of all of those different disciplines coming together to help problem solve. And if there's something that's current issue going on, if we have a tragedy or something like that in our system, they jump up and rally and spring into action and pop up. The part of what they do is we've had some success the last couple of years in holding events where maybe will show a private film and talks about online bullying. And we'll talk about the dangers of that, how you can have thoughtful conversations about that and problem solve with your kids around that. And then have a panel afterwards where you talk about what did you see. So part of it is planning around that and what do we want to get out of that, how do we develop audience around that. I've emceed most of those events and enjoyed it. So that's part of like the ongoing work that this group does. Once a month.
And Matt, I'm kind of
Online.
I'm kind of interested to like kind of partner with you on that, because I think one of the things Mike has talked about, and we've all talked about, is like, hey, coming out last year, let's start lifting our gaze up. Instead of like just thinking about how we keep the bottom from falling out, we start thinking about high expectations. And I think there's maybe some connection points there that you and I can together talk about.
I'm not going to tell anybody what to do, but I am looking at Pete's list, and I would advocate that you not take anything else, because president and finance are those are two of our heavy hitters. And so if we could even take student board reps, if you were comfortable passing it off to Haley now, I think that would be something. She's eager and excited to take it. I don't mean to rip that out of your hands, but I am mindful that you only have so many hours in a day and you have a full-time job.
It's true. Why don't you reflect on that?
Yeah.
And we'll throw some other ones in. The Special Services, Human Resources, to Homeless Schools Foundation. So Special Services.
He's just gonna do what he's gonna do anyway.
I'll take to Homeless Schools Foundation. That seems like a natural partnership fit. And actually, I think Human Resources is a partnership too, the way I think about it, or labor partners. I don't know if other people would agree, but I'm happy to take that as well.
That's fine. I guess, what is that special services?
And that's department.
And that's
Oh, it is.
And then is the parent advisory outfit still being special services?
CPAC has been probably
Hit and miss.
hit and miss throughout the years, I would say.
So Greater Maple Valley Unincorporated Area Council, WIAA, CTEs are, okay. Greater Maple Valley.
Geez, you want CTE?
No way.
Yeah, I'll take Greater Maple Valley.
What did Haley just raise her hand for?
I live there.
Oh, CT.
I guess I'm not taking.
WIAA.
That's sports.
That's good.
That's you. There's not much.
I'll take that.
There's not much to that.
CTE.
I love Murray Barber. I love that department. Malia said I can't.
Yeah, I think that's cool. I think that's the coolest one on this.
Malia said I can't take it.
CTE's awesome.
I'll take it if you want to.
Do you see how excited Haley is? Look how excited she is.
Why just erase it? You just erased it. You wrote it and erased it.
I think you want to fight going on.
She desperately wants it.
Oh, she
That's her
desperately.
number one problem.
I would say that's cool.
Oh,
Okay, go for it. So go for it.
I'm not desperate.
Go for it.
Thanks, guys.
If you're desperate, you remember.
I'm desperate for it.
Remember me last time.
Do we, what, things like, there's other things that we just do, like Malia mentioned she's on the housing committee, and I don't know, there's things that we do that maybe are naturally attached to certain roles, perhaps, maybe not, and maybe they belong on this list, maybe they don't, but the ad hoc budget committee, I guess if there's things that are more ad hoc, they don't go up here, but I just am cognizant of that too.
Yeah.
There's other things that we all do that float around.
Is that like another list, like another chart?
I don't know. If they're ad hoc, probably not.
Can we table that?
Yep.
The part I'd like to do is shift over to building assignments, and not the contested ones, but the ones that seem like obvious matches. Where perhaps you're the only person with children there, or
Or you have 3 children.
Oh, now it's about numbers.
It's gotta pay dividends somewhere.
Again,
Like having that many kids has to have some.
I'm gonna start with this.
Can't more
there-
I can't.
Is there anybody who wants Shadow Lake?
Like this is, can I, so
Oh, that's
I'm conflicted, this is why I'm conflicted. I think I've been the rep ever since joining the board. And I know Shadow Lake extremely well, and I love Shadow Lake. My daughter's still at Shadow Lake. Could I do it? Of course. Am I happy to do it? I would love to, but I also don't want to become so hyper Shadow Lake focused that I miss out on other opportunities as well. So that's why I'm feeling this tug.
Besides both Pete and Michael being super excited about high school.
I'm also really excited.
Okay, a whole bunch of schools excitement. Are there other schools that somebody's excited about besides high school?
I would take Mapleview Middle School.
I would too.
Oh, because you're there too. Are you there too?
I only want TES, so that's the one I want.
All right.
I want the rainbows. So,
You want TES?
yes.
Okay. Does anybody else?
Do you want TES?
No, it's fine.
It's right by my house.
It is,
I can
yeah.
walk to it.
Come on.
I should have been on the board like 3 years ago. I have had students in every single school.
You can just have more children.
I'm not saying, I guess that's gotta have a purpose.
Okay, what about this? Would there be a way for everyone to at least have one school their child's at? I'll give up the high school.
I would with high school too. I mean, is it where they have just 2 people? It's so big, right? I mean,
the reality is that particularly, like, if you look at 1005, we're all encouraged to go to anything at any
Yeah.
point anyway.
of course.
You know, this is more, and particularly the way that we've changed up the purpose of having assignments and focusing maybe more on the cares rotation. I've thought of this role once we've had that conversation in the spring as being like the after hours assignment, more like show up at events or I guess assemblies and other things that are going on inside the buildings. And we're all encouraged to do any of that stuff anyway, so. Just because I'm still gonna go to high school and move things.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
When I
declare
and
that
I,
right
and
now.
I, and I think to be fair too, like Mike, when Mike was sort of rolling through this initially, you listed like, hey, here's my idea of who your touch points might be with respect to your cares focused role. Like, you're gonna have some places where like, for me, for TNL, I would be meeting with some of those people, instructional practice in high school. So I'll have touch points. So if you can see your role from a cares perspective, being in that school, you're gonna have opportunities to touch mental health, wellness. That's gonna be
And
every school, and so I mean,
student board rep and CTE puts me in high school anyway, so I don't need to be in that. I mean, like, I'm trying to see what you're saying with like different reasons why you're gonna be in the schools anyway, so.
don't listen to Pete though, because he's just trying to hold on to his side. He's tainted, you know.
Man, the judgment is getting shut down here right now.
For me, like I love partnering with Tahoma Elementary, with Jerry. It's kind of to be candid, it's kind of a nothing to see here. I mean, it's a pretty square away shift, and so it's like, it's great to go, but I feel like from my perspective, I would do any other school, but it's like, I think I see what there is, I've done those visits and I've talked to those people, and so there's not a lot of net new every time I go in, and so there may be a place where I could be, have a better presence, I guess.
Oh, is it Shadow Lake new principal, right? Is it that one, right? We put a little more senior in Shadow Lake because there's a new principal there.
Yeah, so
Because of the emphasis on that school, that principal.
What does that say?
Let's do
World
Gene
Trade is elementary
Oh,
school.
Oh, sorry. It's habit.
It is the world's greatest. It is.
It took me a while to get that way.
You've seen the sign, I'm sure.
There's a sign.
I can keep like wilderness.
Okay.
Would
All
you
right.
like to give me-
Hey, making progress,
I think
guys.
so.
Okay, actually, wait, Mike,
I'm
I'm
okay
gonna
doing that.
take like wilderness.
Okay.
There, we'll cover. But then do you have one for yours?
What's happening?
I have, my kids are middle school and high school now, so
So I have a lake wilderness one.
Oh, okay.
I have a grant to
Oh, take it.
It's a grant.
Yes, for sure.
Just this year.
Yep.
Thank you. Huh? I have shadow and
Keep going, keep saying things that you like.
I don't have a kid in elementary school, but I adore all 6 of them, so I'm gonna go anywhere. If there's any elementary schools.
Can I pick one for you?
Okay.
Based on your care school.
Okay.
They do a lot of work on this.
I would love Glacier Park. I feel like I don't know that school very well. If nobody else wants it.
That's right.
What's a polar bear? I mean, I'm always a polar bear.
And I'm not a polar bear. I need to get the
Cedar River, who's taking it?
I'm not sure if I'm arm wrestling over Maple View anymore or not, if I don't see it up there.
I arm wrestle.
You what?
I arm wrestle. I don't homeschool my kids right now.
Yeah.
But you don't have, because you don't have a high school either then.
Right, but I have had.
Wait, so you've had the high school?
I am the high school right now.
Don't we need 2 high school anyway?
Yeah.
Oh, you volunteered for that?
No, I said it should be.
I thought we did have 2 high school in the past.
No, we've only ever had 1.
It makes it easier for principals, we decided, at some point along the way. That was the reason for only having 1.
Okay.
I have had, I got both my kids' schools the last year, so I get it, and I don't mind.
Do you want Maple View?
You're frozen.
Give me some stuff.
I know, I'm
I'll fill
sorry.
it in.
I won't.
Haley's gonna take 20.
No, because you just gave me something else. You said remember me. So I'm trying to remember you, but I don't remember what for.
It looked like he was falling on a grenade for
It was CTE.
Oh, the CTE.
I gave you the student
Okay.
board reps, CTE, and the student
No.
school.
William made you give me student board rep, so I don't just remember you for that one.
Are we over time on this one?
CTE.
Haley's gonna take Maple View Middle Schools. My MV.
Well, I learned how to do
Give me the high school.
Give you?
Yeah, give me the high school. People forgive me someday.
Do we each need 2 schools? Is this how this works?
Well, somebody needs 3, or no, somebody just needs 1.
I would like some trail.
You got it.
Okay.
So Haley
4, 5, 6,
or
7, 8.
Pete.
Cedar River. Pete, do you want it or do you want me to take it? Cedar River. Is that the only one left?
Can you take it?
Yeah, I feel like you should take it as his workload.
I mean, I would say to Pete, like, maybe
Yeah.
you have one school, like,
Yeah.
seriously, president, finance committee,
Yeah, you're busy.
finance, like, that's a lot, that's a big one.
He's not student board reps.
He's not.
Ripped out of his hands.
How about you're my backup on student board rep?
I'll back up.
Can we put backup on Pete for student board
I'm the
rep?
Robin to her Batman.
Like you have backup on BMC? Or BHC, what is that?
Figure it out.
How do you feel?
Nobody
Are you-
picked up on
are you-
that.
are you-
Nobody liked that.
No, I thought it was amazing. I said I'm the Robin to your Batman.
Oh.
I didn't read all of
Well, and just everybody else.
Are you feeling okay, Pete?
it.
Is your heart sad right
All
now?
kinds of emotions going on right now.
No, I feel like
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's. I feel like I created some of them.
Some of them are positive. I'm not saying they're all negative. There's a lot of excitement about what I see up on the board up there. But
You're the president, you like having all access to apps, you can
I
go
get that.
wherever you want.
Sure. No, I like what's on my column.
I don't feel like he's telling us everything. Pete, are you sad about CTE?
Listen,
I'm sad about CTE. How about I be back up for CTE?
No, gosh. How often am I in that building and I can talk to Marty anytime. And I'm in there anyway because of what Nathan's doing and he's got all kinds of classrooms on that side of the building. It's okay.
You know what, that's true. My kids, Luke is not a CTE kid.
Yeah. I'm in there talking to teachers and can gush all over Marty.
Haley, don't hold. No, do not.
I also-
We're so excited about this now.
Your enthusiasm is infectious, and I love that. Your energy. The other thing is that I also need to kind of like exercise some self-control.
That's where I'm at. I'm looking at
Because
your list.
I-
You know how much you're gonna be.
I get it. I know. I got a full-time job and I'm a dad, and I got stuff. So there's part of me that's like, it's hard to not have more in that column, but I also understand the weight of what's in that column, so it's okay. How's everybody else feeling? Enough about me. Good night.
Would you like a backup on finance? I wouldn't slot myself as a private candidate, but I know that's backup.
Yeah.
Do you feel like it'd be helpful?
I think it's okay.
Okay.
I really do. I mean, that's there's muscle memory around that for sure. Meeting with Bill and Lori and we go through that. It's good.
Yeah, and it'll be on board docs, and I'm happy to share as well.
Your vision work.
Yes.
Let me here if I could blow it up. Wow, it's kind of off on the spot.
It is.
I don't know what to do about that.
You're missing a major part.
Just like part, but it's Malia's good.
Malia's.
Oh, Malia's visual part.
Yeah, she's
That's
good.
what we're missing.
Shelly Gaston is amazing.
Pretty awesome.
I know. See, I get to have that gift this year. I'm so excited to get to know her.
With your guys' permission, I'm gonna move on to the next agenda item. That's okay.
This was so much fun.
It's my favorite part of it.
Us arm wrestling.
Oofed I like what's up there. For me, I want to make sure that with that second row, you all feel like you know what you need to know moving forward. I know that you don't know the dates for the work studies where we're doing site plans, and that'll come up a little bit, but I want you to walk away feeling like, okay, I can formulate a plan how I'm going to make sure the entire board has a finger on the pulse of where we're at in this whole thing.
Kind of a stupid question, but are site plans on board docs?
No, not yet, because they're still writing.
But last year's.
Last year's?
Yeah.
Would have been on the agenda for the
Okay.
Work study.
for the work study.
Okay.
Yep.
There, I don't know if that's been too much time right now, being into a site plan.
Okay.
I think I would, because we're making a modification. Did you, in your meeting with Tom, did you show up to go? Okay. That makes it more usable. We talked about this before, but I'd wait until that happens.
Okay.
So everybody knows where they're at there. I want to take a 60-second stretch break to clear our brains before we get to this other thing.
Oh, what are we doing? Sorry,
We're stretching the
Oh,
come on.
so sorry. So sorry.
I have a question about the nameplate to your immediate left. Yeah. When did we add that first word?
What did we what?
When did we add that first word? That's a pretty big deal.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't do that.
Okay. That means something.
Okay.
It feels like you're mixing two titles.
What is it?
Well, it feels like it's mashing two titles together.
Well, some of the smartest accountants in the room that I work with are called the chief accounting officer. That's easy.
Right, so C-suite level.
Yeah, right. That's it's practically so.
Yeah, not to his boss.
That's what it takes to get the motion. He's got to put it on your plate.
I also got elected to my business as manager board. Congrats. Last week. That's cool.
We need some vote.
Yeah, right? No. Thanks, though.
You have a fun out when we
Mike.
look together. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Since we came back from lunch,
You
I'm
approved
just
it.
looking at the agenda as I'm writing down
Did I tell you that?
timestamps for that.
Yeah.
4 years ago or
We
something.
obviously did board reorganization. Was the
I-
PLC
yeah,
plus up? Is that professional learning?
What's that?
Actually, that's what we didn't even do on.
That's, we're moving to professional learning?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to sit?
You good?
Okay.
So you have a book sitting in front of you that is titled The School Board Members Guidebook.
The policy.
The.
Fuck guys.
And one of the parts that we've had periodic conversations about, and certainly one of the parts as I've had meetings with other superintendents and listened to folks talk about their boards, and as we read literature about it, a common challenge is defining roles. And we spent some time here last year discussing roles and what a board member does and trying to define out the job. And I mean, true firm believer in successive approximation, and we continue to have conversations and learn from each other, and we continue to dial in a better understanding of what the role actually is. And I don't, for me in supporting our school board, I don't want to wait until issues pop up. And so wanted to spend at least a little bit of time engaged in a conversation about the job of the board. Sure, we're all continuing to have that open dialogue about what the role is, more of what the role is, but a little bit of what the role is. So I hope that that you guys find that helpful as well. So if you would open up, this book is wonderful. It has lots, and it's yours to keep, has lots of great information. We're not going to process through the whole book together right now, but there's a section of it that I wanted us to spend a little bit of time on, and that's down on page 36. And on page 36, you see the title of the job and bookmarks of the board. We're going to spend a few minutes reading through this. And again, what I'd like for you to do, this is your book to keep, so I encourage you to mark it up a little bit, because we're going to have conversations about what's resonating for you and what's generating more questions. So taking notes in it might be helpful, but for now we're going to do just a few minutes of silent reading. And as you're reading, you're thinking about what resonates and also what generates questions for you. About 30 seconds and we'll begin sharing out. I'm happy to kick us off and get us started in this conversation. For me, the part this time when I read it that both resonated but then also generated questions was the same part. And it's the third paragraph. And it's when the wrong person is designing the maps. And the rubber stamp is obviously a derogatory term, and I know I've engaged in a number of different conversations with different board members around this topic, where I'll use the housing as an example. We know that over the next 7 years, we're going to see a population increase in our community. We know that programmatically, we may, as a community, want to make changes, modify, adjust what we're doing. We know that safety is a major conversation piece. I also know that decisions of that magnitude about the direction where we're going, housing-wise, homes, those are ones that rest at the board level. That's the responsibility of the school board, the 5 of you. My mindset of that, though, is we don't begin with a blank slate. We don't begin just saying there's nothing. Here's a whiteboard and start talking. But that you have staff that begin doing some thinking and data gathering around it to give you information to be able to engage in a conversation about what makes sense. And that includes bringing community voice in the process. That to me is different than rubber stamping. It's being supportive. And providing a board with what it needs to be able to make good decisions. What I don't know, I know what that feels like from the superintendent's chair, but I don't know what that feels like from the board member chair, whether or not it feels rubber stampy or not. So that's a constant piece that's going through my head, because that level of decision rests with the board. It's really clear to me. But that doesn't mean I have zero role in it. I'm supporting you guys to make it. Anyway, just it goes through my head. I read that.
There are parts about his analogy that were the author's analogy that I thought a little labored. Particularly, there's kind of bits about it that contemplate that we can set up some of the barriers, and we know what the barriers are, and we have control of the barriers, and I don't really agree with that, but my brain went in a different nautical analogy, and really centered around balance between these two roles, honestly, that you've got to have balance between the role of the board, the role of superintendent. If you think about it on I've got like a picture of a ship, maybe it's a canoe or something like that, where if both of those parties are way too far to one side, the thing's going to sink. And if both of the parties are way on the other side, it's going to sink. So they've got to have some balance, and if they need to come into the middle to meet on, talk about an idea, figure something out, they've got to kind of come equidistant, and you can't come all the way to one side or all the way to the other, because the thing's just going to sink. So when I read this, my brain just went to balance really between these two roles.
When you say balance, you're talking about the how and the what?
Yeah.
So you're talking about.
Yeah. I could make a drawing.
I think of drawings when I hear that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
If this were the how and the what on either end, and then it's not, there's a range, is what I just heard you saying, that you move back and forth between, that you try not to jump that, whatever the line is.
Right.
So, yeah, good.
Haley and I have talked about this a lot, because I think in a situation where we had no trust in our superintendent, or we just thought our central services office was a disaster, your role as a school board member looks very different. I feel very fortunate to be in the position we're in, but at times it can feel conflicting, because you read books like this about how we're supposed to be, we have to be heavy-handed sometimes, and I just don't feel that is true in Tacoma. But I think it certainly could be true if we were in a different circumstance.
Agreed. Sometimes it feels like we're not. I guess it's a good thing to know that the ship. I'm gonna go back to nautical. The ship is going in the right direction, and just supporting it seems like really easy work at times. But if you have a personality that wants to dig in, find the dark crevices and the hard stuff and all that, then this kind of work seems like, am I not doing it right? Because it's not hard. It's not challenging. So I totally agree with you. And one other thing that I think about is, and I, reading about how, you're, where was it? That basically that you're in a position to also, I guess basically just number 4, represent community perspective and sentiment. I wonder examples maybe of other boards or suggestions or recommendations as to how we could maybe implement or, tweak things to have a space where there could be more open communication between community and board members. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know. I mean, Pete, you and I talked about that too before. Like, is there examples of where that can be a very effective strategy, where you do like bagels with the board or whatever, where you're just available and you're at a certain place at a certain time and people want to come in and have a conversation, that maybe that provides an outlet. I don't know if that's useful or not, but I don't feel like I don't feel like I have a heavy connection to community, their perspective and sentiment. And I question I just wonder what should that
I
look
feel like
like?
you have the best pulse out of most of us.
Well, I just don't know how heavy should it be, I guess, is my question.
Okay.
Like, should it be heavier than it already is? I mean, I think that we all spend time meeting with people and talking to people, listening, and I know we do that, but do we need something more structured? Where instead of just a board meeting where people come in and they give their piece during public comment, do we need another
Like a town hall.
like a place where we can have more kind of back and forth engagement?
Like the farmer's market things, or
Yeah, or like, I don't know. I mean, I guess, what does that look like in other districts? Do other districts have that? Is there a successful model of that? Is it necessary? Would it be helpful? Would it give community a place where they feel like they can go and outlet a bit some of their questions and concerns and thoughts.
I wonder, I know that the city has done coffee with the council, and I'm not sure what their impression is of that as to its success and ability to connect with the community, but they've done it with this community.
Yes.
And so I'd be interested in understand what was the turnout like?
Dana said it was that I thought he said that it started out pretty good. It kind of fizzled out, but then they were going into COVID. And then they switched to they pivoted and started doing it like online, like a Zoom thing. And I know also time. Not everybody has the time to do that. I always go back to always wondering if we need an additional avenue for that. So I don't know, it'd be interesting to hear. I thought Dana was maybe talking about starting that again too. And maybe doing like tandem, like have us both in a place at one time where people could come.
Right. Kind of like the farm board thing, maybe a different setting.
Farmers market, I always wonder too, I mean, not to get too in the weeds, but like people are there for one for one reason to come and shop around and stuff. Whereas if you're in like a coffee shop and they don't have their kids with them and they have an issue they really want to talk about, like it would be maybe a more intentional setting where they could actually.
Do we have duties to do that already? Like, I mean, it's the PTA roundtable is a good avenue for that. The greater council is good for that.
But I think there's two things, like to me, there's the output and there's the input, like as board members, I think as getting as much information about what our community cares about, is like super important, and that's where this outreach things can happen. I think one of the things I hear people struggle with is, and I said it before with like Home Elementary, I go there, it's like nothing to do here. No fires to put out. I don't have anything to go talk to Mike about. It's like, yeah, Jerry's doing what Jerry does, and the school's doing great. It's like, so if I want to engage in something, it's like, I'll go home and dig a ditch or something if I really want to get my hands dirty. You know what I mean? Kind of not trying to be too humorous about it, but I think like, adding on to what Malia said about, we're lucky we have a district that by and large, is running well. And Mike's doing a good job, and ultimately, like he's the throat we choke if it's not going well. And so apparently it's going well enough. Mike's here, and we're doing a good job. So I think that's hard because there's this. Emily, you talked about last time. You talked about like I've been looking at the lake all day. You talked about throwing a rock in the lake and like not feeling like the ripple isn't really meaningful, And if we were like in a dumpster fire, we'd have probably plenty of things to do. And there's a lot of boards that are creating dumpster fires for themselves right now. And we're not doing that. And so it may be a little bit of nothing to see here, but I do think, I agree that the input part is something we can do better at, like letting our community stakeholders know that we're listening to what matters to them, and that is flowing down to Mike and the rest of the administration, and we're doing things that are consistent with that. That's the role that we play.
One other thing that I think might be a 1 + 1 = 3 type of a situation is if we were to more regularly, which I mean to be like more than 0, like intentionally come to PTA meetings with the intent of, hey, Malia's going to be at the PTA tonight or tomorrow, whatever the next week. Come with your questions and engage in that way, and that way it boosts the attendance of those meetings and provides exposure and meaning and purpose and value for those groups and to a new audience perhaps, and it engages the parents, and it gets some information out there to people that are asking for it. So you might, get 2 birds that way.
The part that goes through my brain as I'm listening to this conversation is if what board members are after is information, not all information is the same. And I think about the emails that you guys receive that are so operational, and they're ones where you shouldn't be expected to have the information, to have the knowledge to respond to it to begin with. And so obviously those get redirected to staff. What this says represent community perspective, sentiment. I think it is some of those things like what Haley shared earlier with safety, but even what I would put in a different level than that even is like what's coming down the pipe with housing. Our school board will need to have a real good finger on the pulse of what does our community want our school system to look like in the coming years, and the methods that we use to get that information and share and make sure that we're partnering with the community. That also relies on staff to make that happen, and AJ will play a big role. Teaching and learning will play a big role in that. So there's kind of two parts to this conversation, I guess I feel like. And it's important to separate those two parts out.
I think the change that we've done with our focus on the care goals, I think that will help a lot. Because for me, just on a practical sense, it gives me a thing to talk about, gives me a centerpiece to go talk to a pretty well-defined group of people on a regular basis just to see how this is going. So I know I'm going to be responsible and accountable to the rest of you to be able to report that back, have meaningful conversations with you. And as I think about, what we can, one of the steps for that for me though is I want to be able to, I want to measure something, I want to be able to collect something, I want to be able to sort of scrutinize something. And so T&L is easy, right? Because I can go to Dawn every time and I can say, till she gets sick of me and say, hey, how are our assessment scores? How are our grades, or how are people performing on these things? And that's very easy, but I think for everybody else, there may be some more creativity in terms of what those feedback things are, like what is it you're measuring, like with mental health and well-being, I don't know how you measure that, but I know we do surveys and we've done things like that, but I think that will help give us more kind of routine conversations to have where we can feel like we're tracking something through and we own something, and maybe that I don't know, it's something I'm looking forward to being able to do.
I think that combined with what Matt was referencing in terms of gotta go to appropriate council, gotta go to the chamber meetings, gotta be present. It's very helpful.
And also on that note, I got to do a good job translating that message to the rest of the board as well, making sure that you guys all hear what they're saying at these meetings. So we can all keep that pulse on, so you don't feel like you have to go to those meetings as well. You can't go to everything.
Well, part of it could be just using those opportunities to, get to the point where you open it up for questions and nobody really wants to ask anything necessarily. But perhaps you could use that venue if people show up as a way to gather. We're going to be going into our housing committee's meeting, and we're planning what that looks like for our system for the next 10 years. And maybe there's a way that we can effectively gather information in that form from those people about that, maybe a two-way street, not just a place to come and ask questions or law complaints or anything else, but we can get information from them too about things that we want to know about.
I'm gonna, with your guys' permission, I'll get your pen in the communications part of this conversation, and we can revisit it at our spring retreat as well. Generates good ideas. Were there other things that resonated or generated questions related to that particular section? Were you wondering who's meeting the most, or anything?
No, I enjoyed the readers. One is, I think really put on this as well as, we're lucky we're not putting out fires in the day, and really we can focus on the long term, because we'll really put the housing, the budget, and the long term, the 5-year plan, right? And this stewardship, to move in the right direction. Oh, the long term. One thing that I noticed, I don't remember what paragraph it was, but was it pointed out, is the superintendent, being micromanaged, and things like that. And that's what I wonder is, that's what my feeling is how do I make sure that you're getting what you need and you're not being micromanaged as the board, right? You have all the things you need and to be successful.
Yeah, and in my meetings, individual meetings with you guys, I'm pretty forward and blunt about where I'm at, which lane we're all supposed to be in and all that stuff, and when we're moving closer to each other's space or whatever, like acknowledging, hey, I know I'm in the weeds and I get it, but I wanted to tell you this or whatever. I don't, like, for me, this is, especially on this other superintendent, this is like heaven, and we're really fortunate what we have going on here. I think I would echo what Malia just said earlier about her conversation with Haley, that if things were different, the job of the board looks different. As I listen to other superintendents and the conversations they have with their board, I would 100% agree with you that if the ship weren't being steered, you guys would need to have a different role.
Well, I would imagine your job would probably look different too. If you had a micromanaging board that was breathing down your neck and telling you what to do every day operationally, your superintendent job would be different. Yeah, so I think it's up both ends. Sorry.
No, I was gonna rewind the tape just really quickly. One of the things that I remember seeing up on the chart, you reminded me of being intentional about meeting with the city. And that's been a board assignment. That I had with Dana Parnello in the past. You took it over this last year. And, I want to make sure we're
So what we talked about, thank you.
Yeah.
What I thought we had talked about, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the president and the vice president were meeting with the mayor.
We do.
The mayor.
We do.
And so I just assumed that went with those jobs, and that's why I didn't put an additional one up.
That's all.
Yeah,
That's all.
Sorry, thank you. I didn't put it on there. The book has multiple good things going on in it, and I would encourage you, if you have the time, to enjoy reading the rest of it. I also want to share, there's another title sitting there by John Maxwell, who's written 1.9 million books on leadership. I share this one because this is one that I did a read with all of our directors and assistant directors with. And as you're well aware, you know, like we've got Lori's retirement at the end of this year. We have some other key positions that are headed in that direction. And one of the main jobs of leaders is to help support new leaders coming into the system. And so for me, wanted to encourage our directors, and I'm doing the same thing with the principals. I thought this was a great read. I know what you guys do in your roles, and thought you may find it interesting as well. So that's why I passed this one on to you as well. So yeah, I feel like we need to take a 5-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to get into that section that is board management things, and we'll probably tick through quite a few required conversations that we need to have. But wait, hold on. Check my list. I don't want you guys to go crazy, but we're actually going to take a 10-minute break.
Whoa.
This is kind of a big deal. I don't usually do this.
Have a whole 10 minutes?
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. 1:40. Get up. Come on, people.
Probably stand up, I got the lip on, so.
I'll do that first.
I'll go on this deck. I'm sorry, I'll go on this deck, but it's here.
I want to get some stuff.
I do, of course I will. Of course I do. But I don't. I rather enjoy it. So I'm sharing the wealth. You know what I mean? The reality is, I'll be chatting with you anyway because I just enjoy chatting with you. Sure.
Is this the west side or
This side, this side, this side.
west side?
This is it the inside?
So, I have a little story. That's a trick. Oh my God. Well, here's the funny thing though. So they were not skiing. Yeah. He is good. He can play. Yeah, exactly. That's all they did.
Your father.
Yeah, lots of things. And we have this like I love now. I get to live like a just get home with little comments. Not stuff like the theater or giant like. Yeah. So he was like, so he came back with his mouth he put on and stuff. And it's on the bike. Pete's birthday.
Today?
It's why you're all dressed up. You look like
Right now? Happy birthday.
Is it your birthday right now? Well, yeah, not the exact hour, but yeah. Like 12 hours. Okay, well, we should say. Hanson. I want you to go to the 7. You got the alto part. The 7 at the harmony.
Are we singing to you?
We should sing.
Okay, can you sing all
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Pete. Happy birthday to you. Where's my hands? Yeah.
If you was able to
Why didn't we get a cake or something?
It's
So disappointed.
You're
Every
just
other
telling
organization
us
I've
right
gone to.
now.
No, I've said it 18 times over the last 3 months. Because somebody always asks, when's the retreat? I say it's September 20th because it's my birthday.
Yeah, you do.
I didn't hear it. I've said it 18 times. I can hear it. I've said it 18 times. No, I haven't.
Say it's sticky.
Oh my God. All right, I'll say it 19 times next year.
I'll take it lunch. Okay.
Your surprise is coming, Pete. Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
That's why the surprise thing was, I was sitting down for the plans or surprises.
The retreat is your present.
Great. All of you are a gift to me today.
It almost makes me want you to have a high school class. Not quite. That's like in the fiance. Oh God, what was doing? It's like you can't believe it. How young are you?
So I have a tradition, and it was hard this year, I still don't know but for the last like 15 years, I've found a jersey number that's meaningful, and the first one was my age, and that becomes my jersey year. Yeah, like 24 would be pretty, like, it wasn't that big then, but as the years went on, it got kind of harder and harder, because there are not a lot of spectacular jerseys out there. I did find one. There's a guy in Green Bay wheelchair. Yeah, but I've got better ones. Like the last several years. 44 was
Whew. Taskmaster. Get back in there. Sit down. Somebody has to. You're like science teacher again.
Who's your favorite?
No, you may not know about them.
I was a big number 44 guy. So, yeah.
That's Mike Cameron, Julio Rodriguez.
I mean, what's his name? The linebacker, 49ers back in the day. Bo Jackson. Bo Jackson's 34. Bo Jackson's 34.
Yeah. There's a dude for the Seattle Supersonics called Michael Cage that wore number 44. He had shoulders as broad as this room.
Brian Bosworth when he was at
Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma.
Was it Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 44.
No. He's most of them.
Do I have a minute?
We got 2 minutes.
You haven't seen me.
I'm starting at 1:40. Just to be clear.
It's not.
Oh, yes,
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
So I'm doing Future Ready Day at the high school in about a month or whatever. And in the past, I've talked about the forensic accounting thing, which I think is.
Do you wear a cape?
Only on Thursdays.
Okay.
I think you find that interesting. But more what I think is interesting is that I'm a CPA and I got into that business as an accountant, but what I look like, what I do today has nothing to do with accounting really anymore. But I don't know how to make that like exciting and appealing or like draw kids.
Let's get together.
You know what I'm talking about?
I'm your thinking partner.
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
I could be boring and just talk about forensic accounting. Yeah, you'll do that. But I think the other thing is actually more.
I'm your guy.
Okay.
I'm your guy.
So my application's due in a week, Mike. We're gonna talk. I have to script it and say send.
Sure.
Yeah.
Application.
Not application. I used the wrong word.
Here's what I'm doing.
The course description.
Yeah. We have as I mentioned before, we went to break a number of items that are board management sorts of things, that some of them will go relatively quickly. If I'm moving too quickly, I'd really like for you to slow me down then, but some of them are required things to review. Policy 1221 is actually not required to be reviewed annually, but I want to make sure that we've all seen it. It was updated in May to change the language, say review as needed or when there's a new board member. And basically this is the policy that looks at board operating protocol. And you can see that the first couple of paragraphs are really about board role, superintendent role, and then how questions and information are passed between them in preparation for meetings and outside of meetings. The idea or the spirit of this is staff for the school district are a resource, and we need to make sure that we're using our resources wisely. And so making sure that the board is being thoughtful about how those resources are used, and including the superintendent. It goes on to make clear, again, as we all know, that individual board members don't have power. It's the collective of the board that actually makes decisions. And it would be inappropriate for individual board members to imply or to make promises. It goes on to describe that board members do not direct staff. The board directs the superintendent for sure. The board members don't direct staff, that's my job. Communications, this lays out if the entire board receives communications from community members, specifically who should be responding or how we're going to do that. As individuals, if you receive communications, then you respond to it. This takes any questions out of it. And then towards the end there, if you're going to miss a meeting, make sure that you let the board president and myself know, or if you're going to be late for a meeting. And then the last piece here is that we'll review this as needed, and it will be reviewed whenever there's a new board director. Are there any clarifying questions on what we're doing?
Supplies.
You have supplies?
No, I don't know if this applies.
Oh, okay.
A question. In our evaluation, it was, there was a question about, you guys help me, but it was like, does the community understand the role of the board director? Something like that, right? Is something, have you guys ever talked about from a communication standpoint, like maybe a little did you know thing at some point in that piece that you put out, like a quick little fact about what a board director's role actually is?
We have talked about that.
Okay.
And that general area was one of the communication audit pieces that was talked about as well. So that's part of what AD is working on with the communications plan.
Great.
Cool. Thank you. The next item is more informational about recording meetings for the last 4 years, trying to figure out how and to make it happen. And AJ, can you explain how we're going to be able to do that?
Yeah. I talked with Trevor Davidson, our tech supervisor, and essentially a quick solution would be utilizing cloud space that our Zoom account offers. That is not a permanent solution just because there's capacity limits to what can be shared there with the licenses that we have. Trevor estimated we could probably save up to about a year's worth of meetings, so that's something we could do in the short term. And then in the meantime, figure out through our Microsoft or some other sort of storage processes, figure out how we would have a more long-term solution so that depending on how long these need to live in the cyberspace, we can keep those for that duration of time. But using the cloud storage system as well, we're able to then generate shareable links, so we could just make those public within Board Docs. On the school board section of the website, there's different places where we can put it so they're easily accessible to anyone who wants to go see that.
I share that so that you're not surprised when you show up for a board meeting in the near future, and it's being recorded by the next one. Correct. Okay. Our work study schedule. This is a piece where we have a relatively short conversation about it here, but this actually gets voted on by you guys at our next meeting. And it's brutally tough to see. There's a couple parts. You'll get all of this, and it's up on Board Docs as well. But what I want to point out are some of the unique things. What you can expect after September is October, November, two Tuesday board meetings, and it does that with the exception of December through the end of June. But where do the special meetings show up, and where do the work studies show up, and where have any tweaks been recommended? So you'll see that here on November 14th, that's a meeting with the city and our 3 legislators. So that would be Bucking out Bill Ramos and Lisa Cowan and Mark Bullitt. And that's going to be done here. Wonderful opportunity. And this is one map offered a chance to make sure the entire board is up to speed on legislative priorities and where the pieces that it's a great meeting. It's where the city council and the 5 of you will be here. I think I'm actually gone on that particular day, and so Lori will be here to represent the staff. November 29th will be elementary site plans. In between now and the next month or so, as you have individual meetings with me, if there's feedback that you guys have about the site plan format, make sure you're getting that to me. I think it's going well. I like the way it's happening right now. Teaching and learning likes what's happening, buildings like what's happening. But I don't know that I've necessarily gotten a lot of feedback from you guys. So if there's something that's not working for you, let me know. December 1st is a unique day. That is AP Scholar Night. It's a great night at the high school to celebrate our AP scholars. And wonderful chance for us to, especially making sure you guys are there is helpful. The December 13th is when we're going to do the secondary site plans. So again, same format. And at that December 20th meeting is where the board reorganization actually happens. So you don't have your new jobs yet. You're still in your same old job, and it doesn't change until that reorg. Correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. January 17th. So it's really important that I don't forget that is Cindy's birthday. That's very important not to forget. She will be very mad. I'm glad you remember her. I know. Yeah. Appreciate you, Mike. I'm disappointed in Kelly for not giving me a poke. Maybe that's okay. I'll own it. My bad. I'm going to ask Tamara to take 1221 out of here because we won't need to do that. But it definitely is where you will want to do the superintendent mid-year evaluation since it has to happen prior to January 21st. Again, I'll be at that point working with Pete on, if you guys vote that way, I will be working with Pete on what that actually looks like that evening. The other part that's I would like to see happen here, you'll notice this is Tahoma 100. Tahoma, the name Tahoma School District was founded in 1926. So we're coming up on our 100-year anniversary. And when we think about Tahoma turning 100 in 2026, we're also at a really important point in where our school system is. And I want to engage you in a conversation here about visioning the next steps for Tahoma heading into the second 100 years. And that will be around things like programming, recreation, health and fitness, housing, safety and security. What does our community want this to look like, and how do we position you guys to be able to make good decisions heading into the second 100 years? So that's, Malia asked earlier about timelines, and I mentioned January. That's what I want to have happen there. Prior to that, I'll be working with staff to come up with some ideas for a potential framework for you guys to have a conversation about what the process might look like.
I have a really quick question. You've mentioned several times health and fitness, and in my mind, I have a vision of what that means, but are you talking about mental health and physical fitness? Are you talking, what is that? What is the definition?
Great question. So, health and fitness falls underneath wellness in my mind. That's your physical health is part of your wellness as well. Right now, we make choices about what we're doing to support our kids in health and fitness, in some cases based on access. Two examples that I would give, at Rock Creek and at Glacier Park, we have kids eating in the classroom because we're prioritizing making sure that all kids have 60 minutes of PE at least once a week. And at Cedar River, you have two big, beautiful gyms and a separate lunchroom. At Shadow Lake, you have an incredibly beautiful field that is accessible all year round for health and fitness to use, and it's huge. At Rock Creek, you get the idea. So our student experience is not the same everywhere, and as we think about that and we think about recreation within our community, what information can we get from our community about what they want to see happen and put you guys in a position to have a conversation. I don't view housing as completely isolated from that conversation. So, cool.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking. That's a regular meeting. February 6th, you can see the tour of schools. Again, that's a piece where me and Pete will be having some conversations about how we want that to look. And if you have thoughts and want to share those, please share. The February 7th PTA. And then this one down here, March 21st. I just had a conversation yesterday with Callie, who's the president of TVA, sharing that I want us to get together and talk about what we're trying to accomplish on this particular event to make sure that it's worthwhile for everybody involved. I know that Malia had met with her and Callie intends to reach back out and try and set something up.
Would you have a parallel conversation with PSE?
Yes. I'm going to start with this one. Yeah. April 11th is the second Tuesday, but that's during spring break, so we're moving that meeting to April 4th. I just point that out as the change. May 9th is where you guys will do my actual evaluation at a regular meeting, but you'll do that in executive session. And then the 16th is our spring board retreat. I like having it here. I hope you guys agree with that. And so Pete and I will be working on designing that day. Again, we'll send a thing out asking people, are there any high interest things that you guys want to see? This is where
we like splitting it up. Just
I do personally.
Around that, like doing 2 separate days instead of 2 in a row.
For me, it's a thumbs up.
Okay.
I feel like we can hit 2 different needs too by doing it.
Yeah.
You're saying 2 separate retreats as opposed
Yeah,
to
it used to be like Friday, Saturday, back to back.
Okay, yeah.
And now it's, Tuesday in the spring and Tuesday in the fall. Yeah.
Okay, this is where it gets a little tricky. So May 30th, we like that for elementary site plans. The employee retiree recognition thing, we'll do that similar to how we did it last year, AJ. The graduation, obviously, we're all at on the 15th, and they're looking to secure the same site. This is the one that I don't want to change this right now, but I don't like where it's at. So June 21st is the last day of school. So doing this on June 20th is just not great at all. Dawn will be meeting with the secondary principals and coaches, have a conversation about is there a different date that would make sense for them. But I'm going to ask that we keep it here, but recognize I may come back to you asking to change it.
What do you see as being like the, other than it's just kind of routine cadence, but like there's a first review of site plans in the beginning of the year. And then, but going into summer is always a weird kind of a funky time to have meetings. So like, what do you see as being like is there a difference in emphasis like going into the June site plan meetings, like which?
And that's a great question, and I think I would want you to ask that to Dawn as well when your TNL meetings. For me, what I view in the fall meeting, especially we've tweaked the format a little bit for the goals, so you guys will see not just their goals or their plan, but their ideas behind the plan, their logic, their theory of action. And so I view the fall one as laying the groundwork where you're like, okay, I've got an idea of what they're doing, and the spring one of how did it go and what tweaks are you thinking about. All right, good talk. Work study.
Yeah, for the site plan, so like, the only thing I'd say is that I said something during this site plan review was, it was right, it was the elementary, it was right before they got the results of the test. And it seemed like that was a common thing, oh, we're waiting for these test results, and so we don't have as much as we could. So I would like to make sure our site plans are after those test results.
Thumbs up. Conference attendance. AJ, you documented this?
Yeah.
So I think we're all signed up, and you'll pass this on to Tamara when we're done?
Yeah.
I think we're all signed up for WSSDA. It says right down below. Okay, we've already accomplished who's doing WSSDA in Spokane. Is there anyone who's done the Advocacy Institute? Speak to it. We've had a couple of people go in the past.
Do you know anything about it?
Other than it literally is what they're talking about with an advocacy bent to it, and it's the National School Board Association. But
Do you want us to do it?
Mary Jane
I'm not
used to go
I'm not pushing any of them. No.
Mary Jane used to go quite a bit. I haven't when I was in the legislative seat. She got a lot out of it. I mean, there's a ton of stuff that you can do as the legislative rep to the school board at the state level, at the national level. This being one of the things that you can go to. It's informative. I think Mary Jane got good information out of it. But it was just kind of informative as opposed to action-oriented.
Are these just all possibilities for us to get our hours? Is that kind of?
No, these no.
What's
These aren't where you would go to fulfill the hours if not thinking what you're thinking of.
I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking out what this is.
So no problem. I'll back up. Each year we in the fall take time to look at are there any professional learning opportunities that school board members want to participate in. And so we asked Tamara to put together a list of potential options, which is pretty repetitive. It's the same ones over and over again. And so that's what's represented here. It's not me pushing any of them at all.
Yeah.
It depends on where the board feels like it's at the time and what needs it may have.
Got it.
And I think, Pete's example is a good one with that, where he shared that it's more informative than it is advocacy oriented. Are we at a spot where we feel like we need to learn more than that? I don't know that we are necessarily. If we go down to the next one, the legislative conference down in Olympia, that feels pretty important to me with where we're at in our state right now. And us having, as a board, a really good finger on the pulse. Our relationship with our legislators is wonderful and fantastic. This helps with that relationship. It helps with that.
For color, these three organizations come together. They host a one-day kind of in-person conference in Olympia. It's usually on a Sunday. and you hear from Ray Dahl, you hear from legislators, and by that time, they're in session, so there's bills getting thrown around and getting chopped up, and it's a great way to figure out, what's got legs, what's moving forward, what's happening, what are the hot button issues. Because they're all, school district oriented, they're talking about those types of issues, and so you really get a good understanding of what possibilities are ahead of you and what roadblocks potentially. They all talk about their different priorities, and the intent is to inform the room so that on the next day, which is typically a Monday, you can go to a Hill Day. You can go to your local legislators or to a variety of legislators, and that may or may not be intersecting with education, and have an opportunity to advocate.
I think for me on this one, I wonder if you guys want to have a conversation about whether or not that's just an expectation of the legislative rep.
I was just gonna say that,
Yeah.
And then the real question is anybody else going as well? And I don't know if there's any value.
It's more of interest in availability, I'd say. Also another one, because it's on a Sunday, it's a great opportunity to invite one of the student board reps or more than one of the student board reps to join in, to go down if there's interest in the legislative process. Great, opportunity for exposure and information for them too. We've got really good feedback from those that have attended that in the past.
So you got Matt right down that one. And
The Carnegie one was good last year, and Don and I went to that. And I think a lot of the thinking that has kind of titrated up to the PLC Plus and how we're viewing that came from some of the kind of the learning networks that we went over. So there was a lot of good conversation. I mean, part of it was the whole thing was sponsored by a private curriculum company that basically was overall all of education, so there was that part. But otherwise, there was some good conferences, conversations, and work groups. So I think they're kind of, when you get out, we should put in a little bit.
And then the last one is the NSDA annual conference, which is in April as well.
Would that be kind of the equivalent of the WSSDA conference, but at a national level? Is it?
Or the WASA.
WSSDA.
Oh, no, yeah. The school board one.
Yeah.
WASA.
NSDA.
Yeah, correct.
Right, WSSDA. Okay.
I'll let you guys marinate on it then for a little bit, and but let me know ASAP. Other than that, right now we've got Matt written down for the legislative conference. The ones in the spring, the Carnegie one's one that is quite popular with our district, and it focuses on change and how to manage change and affect change. So it's as close to a systems conference that is on the list. It's not exclusively systems though.
One thing I want to point out on the WSSDA conference, I this last week asked them to try out for the middle school play. She made the middle school play. The performances are the 17th, the 18th, and the 19th of November. So I'm missing one of those days to be back here to see a performance. I don't know. I'm gonna drill down into the individual days' agendas and see where the value might be, particularly, and do that kind of a thing. But changes to come from my itinerary. That I would come home, skip the last day. Yeah.
Who's going to that?
Mike,
Malia,
Pete,
Pete, and Matt.
Is that written somewhere?
Yeah, right there underneath it.
It's tiny and blurry.
Oh, Mike. So everyone but me?
And Michael.
Oh, and Michael.
It's okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
No peer pressure.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move us on, knowing those April ones. If you marinate on that for a week, but please don't go any longer than that because we would want to know what's happening. But
At one point, I remember you being really excited about an EL curriculum, I don't know if it's inspirational.
Yeah.
This is a conference, did they just disappear?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Remind me again what it's.
Expeditionary learning. That was one that John and I talked about. I haven't talked to her in a few months about it, so.
I just remember Michael and I were talking about going to that.
Yes.
Okay.
That sounds interesting. Okay. WSSDA General Assembly. I asked Pete if he'd take a couple of minutes and give us the General Assembly 101.
Yeah. So, earlier we were talking about the fact that they would be in session, sessions usually in the winter time. Generally, like immediately after session ends, call it April or May, WSSDA comes out with starting to gather interest around building for the next General Assembly in the next session. What General Assembly does is they collate a variety of different positions that the WSSDA advocacy machine can then go to legislators and advocate on behalf of all of the school districts in the state. And when I say positions, it's like this is an issue or a budgetary item or something going on in our system that we're asking the membership to vote on. Do you want WSSDA to advocate for this or not? And they have some 120 or so positions that they curate, take care of, and some of them are new every year, some of them carry over every year. But it's their way to get consensus and basically re-up every year that these are the things that we should be going to the legislators to talk about. So in May, what they do is ask the membership, hey, what's new? Are there any new positions that we need to be paying attention to? If so, write them up, send them our way, we'll consider them. There's a committee at WSSDA, the legislative committee, that looks at new positions, and you got to get through that hurdle first. And if you do, then it goes to the membership to vote. Anyway, around about August, they publish a book that lists out all of these positions and tells you whether it was in last year's book or not and what the changes were and all of those kinds of things. And then in the end of September, the group gets together and they go one by one and they say, are we in support of this or not? And the times that I've done it, you go through the book and you read it, and you as a legislative rep, you're basically on behalf of the school board in the district, saying whether or not this is something that we believe in or not. My experience has been that WSSDA has their eye on the ball, that they are advocating for the things that we care about. Sometimes there's some things that where it feels like they're going off track, or maybe they're approaching an issue from a way that doesn't necessarily support what we need in Tahoma, but it does support the 294 school districts in the state, or some majority, so they approach it from a different angle than we maybe would. I've noticed that, but the idea is that you provide support or not for each of those positions, and you just kind of march your way through it. When it was on Zoom, it takes about a little over 8 hours to go through all of the positions. So it's a long day, very long day. When it's in person, it's a little bit longer, actually. So it's maybe a day and a half. And it's typically, in person, I think it's been only ever time on Zoom. Anyway, they need a quorum in order for, which is defined as, I think, 70 districts or something, to show up and vote and be a part of all of this, in order for it to be representative of the membership. Maybe it's more than that, but it's not half. Anyway, those are my kind of unorganized thoughts, but that's kind of what the process is all about.
When does that happen?
End of September. Yeah. With the idea that, okay, well, now we know what the school districts all care about, and they'll come up with their talking points and their one-pagers and all those kinds of things that they'll then redisseminate out to the 295 school districts so that they can, when they're sitting down with their legislators, at least they know these are the things that WAS is going to be talking about. So if I reinforce it from my point of view, they'll be good hearing it twice. And so then, having those conversations in October and November before the session starts in Olympia is really helpful. That's what legislators want to be hearing from us, as opposed to, when they're trying to fit us in on a really busy day during session. It's not very productive. So they want to get this information out to us in the fall, so we can have some meaningful conversations with legislators.
When in the past, when you've gone here, you've also reported back at some point. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah. Typically it was at a meeting in October, and I would report back on, I came up with a humdinger of a spreadsheet that listed out all the things and what they were, kind of categorically what bucket was this an advocacy, or is this an equity thing? Is this a budget thing? Is this a curriculum thing? And just informationally help the board understand this is what's getting pushed out there right now, and they're really focused on curriculum this year. They're really focused on budget this year. Just trying to gather some data around what that looks like. So that's, I've reported back on that. I probably reported back on, to what extent I voted in favor of or not, particular positions. And, like I said here today, they generally have their eye on the ball, and I found myself agreeing with the positions that were put in front of me most of the time, because all school districts need a lot of support.
Matt, is that something you can look at your calendar and see check availability, and then if you're able to do that in our next one-on-one, we can magnet something up for a report out afterwards, so you'll know which date or which meeting that's going to be at. So,
Good.
Cool. Any questions for Pete? Anyone on that?
Is that something I need to register for?
Yeah, I think so.
Probably. It's September 30th. I just looked it up.
You might send it.
Yeah.
I think I got it.
Yeah. September 30th and October 1st as needed.
Is it in Olympia?
No registration, it's free. Yay, how to participate. It's online. You got that one.
I just don't prefer that, but I need to sit in front of a computer all day.
You can still go to Olympia and just kind of be in,
You go to a coffee shop.
Yeah, be in the sizzle of the legislative environment.
All right, we're shifting down to the next topic if there's no more questions for Pete. So, WAS the Boards of Distinction is an opportunity for school boards to look inward at the work that they've been doing and share that with WASDA. And it's an opportunity for reflection, really. I'll let Pete talk about it a little bit. We had a conversation last year about submitting for it, and then Pete, Malia, and I talked about that becoming part of the role of being the vice president is going through that process, because it also puts you in a position to look deeply at the work that you've been doing, which would prepare you for being the board president. So I'll kick over to Pete again.
Yeah. That's a good setup. It was a really helpful process and a wonderful opportunity to reflect. And I'll share a little bit more about maybe a vision for the future of this, apart from who would author it. But there's an application that you fill out for this thing. A bunch of it is informational that is simple for us to get together, but there's a couple of essays that we need to write that just talk about some of the neat things that we've done. I imagine that the topics in those essays change from year to year as perhaps the priorities that WSSDA is looking at and that school districts need to change. But like Mike said, I sat down with Malia and Mike and we started brainstorming about the essays that were in front of us and the things that we had accomplished. And from that, I kind of built out an outline and a skeleton of what the thing would look like and put it in the capable hands of our wonderful PR director, AJ, who penned up some wonderful essays that ended up in the final application. The essays that we wrote about, one had to do with just professional development at the board level, the types of things that we do together and in furtherance of this work, and how we grow as a governing body. We mentioned the work that our district and that we have all participated in with Caprice Hollins, the time we spent at the Tukwila School District office for the equity training that we did back in the spring. That was great. Opportunities like this, where we have some effective learning organization lessons that Mike's teaching us and things like that. All of that got folded into our response to that particular question. What else? And then the next one was, I'll just read the prompt. What decisions or actions did your board take this past year to positively impact opportunity gaps? What evidence of success resulted from these decisions, and how does the board analyze data and apply these results toward closing opportunity gaps? So, here we talked about home cares, and we talked about kind of the redesign of the site plans and how those are presented to us as far as a data point coming back to us, a measurement of progress. We talked about, we explained a little bit about what Home Cares is, and it's our 5-year strategic goals, and named them and explained them a little bit. So that, we also talked about passing the inclusion nursing equity policy and the kind of emphasis of the equity lens and things of that nature, family partnerships. And then the third essay was picking a benchmark. They gave us 3 benchmarks in the WSSDA Effective School Board pamphlet that is out there. And the one that we picked was leading the development, articulation, and stewardship of a vision of learning that is shared and supported by schools in the community. Home Cares came, top of mind right away. We talked about how we engaged over 3,000 stakeholders in building those goals. And while we kind of built the goals in 2021, we adopted them and implemented them in 21, 22, and we're really starting to see those kinds of things take off. We talked about how belonging was a big deal and a point of emphasis last year, as well as high expectations. So anyway, we explained a little bit more, gave some examples of what we did. So all of that got wrapped into this application that got sent off to WSSDA. And I think in the next month or so, they'll kind of get back to us and say whether we would be awarded designation of board of distinction. So it was a really helpful process and reflective. But one thing that comes to mind as far as like going forward, I think the vice president is a good position to take on the authorship of the kind of first draft of this thing, should we continue to want to do this. There are different points along the way in our year where we reflect. AJ presented to us back in the spring, it was June, on where have we been over the last year. And that's so super helpful. And we've got things that we're keeping track of as far as our goings on throughout the year. And it may be that we use one of those meetings as feedstock for a brainstorming discussion amongst the 5 of us to talk about what might go into that application for the board of distinction. Just be intentional about that so that we all have an opportunity to share what are things that were meaningful that we need to point out in response to. We may or may not know that specific prompts because the application doesn't come out until halfway through August or so. But things that we can just kind of reflect on as far as accomplishments. That would be a good, good information for the Vice President to take and use going forward.
I think anything we can do to increase the amount of reflection that the board is doing against the standards is positive and helpful.
Yes.
Like the work that we should do.
Is this just an award? Or what would it mean to go through this process and to be recognized as a board of distinction? I'm not familiar with that. Is that just like basically we're just recognized?
Yeah, I mean, it is. Honestly, it's, I'll share my point of view on it and do with it what you will, but I think it's just a really neat opportunity to, and prompt and purpose to reflect on what we're doing as a system and what we've accomplished and the work that we've helped the district do over a period of time. It's an intentional prompt along the way. And if we happen to be selected as a board, as a distinct board, then great. It's maybe something we can throw on our website or that we can just kind of, certainly it'll be on WSSDA's website. If you wanted to look it up, you can see for years past who the boards of distinction have been. That's less important to me, I guess, than the really neat intentional opportunity to just reflect and understand kind of where we've been over the last year and what's important to us, and put that down on paper.
There's only a certain number of awardees.
I don't know. It's a good question.
I think that they called up the winners every year at the WSSDA conference. They call up the winners, and I want to say there's one for small district, medium district, and large district. Does that sound right?
Sure. We're medium.
We're medium, yeah. And independent of the results, you are all winners in my heart. I want you to know that.
I just want that cool trophy.
Well, they on their website, like if you look back at last year, they do call out a board of the year for each of the 3 categories, but they also list, I don't know if it's just anybody that applied, or if it's like you're in the conversation, you got over the first hurdle and now we're picking the best of the best or something, I don't know. But they list out probably 15 medium districts.
I think the cool part is what you said. It's an opportunity to reflect and grow, look inward and how we're doing. I agree with you that trying to incorporate that work with AJ could be helpful, even though we won't put the prompts.
But the prompt will most likely be, there most likely will be a prompt about a particular board focal point, like what's the language they use?
The closing gaps.
The board standards, like the benchmarks that they use in the effective WSSDA board pamphlet thing. They've got the 5 standards or 6 standards, whatever they've got in there. I'm sure there will be a prompt about how are you, progressing on one of these subjects. That's what I can see coming out of time and time again.
I don't know that there's, this item I put on here not for any big particular discussion, other than we hadn't had a conversation with the full board around it, and I didn't want anybody to be surprised that was submitted.
And it's kind of a vision board thing.
It's a vision board.
So if you could all please add that to your vision board, that would be fantastic.
On that note, I'm going to move us to the next agenda item, which are the bids items and +1. One of the bids items was a request from a community member regarding a gun violence proclamation, and the full board hadn't had a discussion regarding that. But one of the pieces is, I know our board hasn't been doing proclamations, it's not a part of the board, and wonder about how the board would feel about replying to the community member that we support, sending out stuff with PGR or whatever, I don't know what you send it out with, but sending out communications, but a proclamation is just not something that board does. It's to you guys. Well, do you want to speak to it? No, okay.
I mean, do you need me to speak to it?
No,
I don't think, yeah.
Okay.
That feels right to me based on our prior conversations up to this point about other things, but we want to stay in our lane, follow policy and our expectations as a board. We don't do proclamations, so it makes sense that we wouldn't do proclamations in this case either, even though we support or may not support that work, and so that it makes sense.
Yeah, if we don't see proclamations, I agree. I mean, we're just kind of changing the standard if we.
AJ, will you do me a favor? Will you take responsibility for rereading through the bids item, and I can share with you the original email that we got, and then drafting a response on behalf of the board that you were directed to respond to. Thank you. The next item on there that was a bids item is 2336. That is our policy regarding required observances. There was a question asking to research what are required observances, what are we doing? There are 4 required observances. One of them is Veterans Day. Now, there's a difference between required observance and federal holiday. So observance means we're doing something about it. Veterans Day is one, Constitution Day is one, Temperance and Good Citizenship Day is one, and Disability History Month is one. So those are the 4 that are covered under Washington state law that require something on our part. And what's required, there's a range of things to recommendation, more like to actually spelling out the date that it needs to happen for the observance. The piece that's also on here is in our policy, in addition, we observe Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And it's observed on the 3rd Monday in January. And it says in the policy appropriate school activities will be held. So it leaves it pretty wide open to what that looks like. For Temperance and Good Citizenship Day, that is on January 16th, or if that's not a school day, it's on the Friday before it. And on that day, social studies teachers will, as resources allow, support a voter registration event in each history or social studies classes attended by high school seniors. So these are very specific examples. Disability History Month is observed during the month of October by conducting or promoting educational activities such as school assemblies or guest speaker presentations that provide instruction, awareness, and understanding of disability history and people with disabilities. Constitution Day will be observed each year on September 17th in commemoration of the September 17th, 1787 signing of the United States Constitution. If September 17th occurs on a non-school day, Constitution Day shall be conducted on the preceding Friday. And then Veterans Day, principals will be responsible for the preparation and presentation of educational activities of approximately 60 minutes in duration in observance of Veterans Day. The program will be conducted during the school week preceding the 11th day of November each year. Just reporting so that you're all aware of what they are. That was 2336. 3224P is a procedure. There had been a previous request on bids for an update on how the dress code policy was going, but we were in COVID and removed it. The update I'm going to provide right now is going well. The high school piloted a modification of the procedure allowing midriff or non-enforcing midriff. It didn't create any disruption. We haven't been having problems, dress code problems. So as a system, we're going to make a modification and remove a line from the procedure. That's it. The 2190 is our policy regarding HICAP, or highly capable programs. And the request was, I'm shortening it, but basically for an update on HICAP. At our October 25th meeting, Michelle Smart, who is a very active mother, part of the PATH program, parents who are very active in this, and Chris Everett in our teaching and learning department will do a joint presentation to the board to update you on what's going on with that. So the bids request was for an update. The update is scheduled for October 25th. I'm just so excited because I don't know how many retreats we've done, but I've never gotten through everything in a retreat. So this is really a very special part earlier. Like this feels really good.
I'd like to thank the Academy.
Wow, that was really good. The part I would like for you to do is to take a minute of reflecting on what's up there. And as I've shared before with the board, an experience cube is a great tool if you're ever facilitating a meeting and you want to make sure that you understand what people are walking away with. And you don't want to end up wondering what the parking lot conversation is or what next. An experience cube is needed to help support you as a facilitator in guiding the next steps. So for me, we're making a mistake if we don't take time to process through portions of this. Depending on what the needs are, some of the quadrants at different times can be more important than others. For example, in this particular instance, I'm less interested in hearing what you're observing. If we had a board that didn't follow norms or had something like that going on, I might be more interested in hearing what you're observing. Thinking, that's definitely on the list of things I'm interested. Feelings on the list, but for sure wanting. To me, that guides me on next steps and how I help support the board moving forward. So if you just take a minute, write down on your underneath your T-chart, which I'm going to have to now figure out how to get the laws lady to give us better data to use at a different date. But underneath there, pick two of the three, thinking, feeling, wanting, and just some words that are jumping out to you. And it doesn't matter to me which categories you're thinking, feeling, or wanting.
want to start us?
Just kidding. Do you have some?
I'm skidding, observing.
You're what?
No, I don't have anything to share.
I'll share mine. I did some in each category. I'm thinking that we're at a very important juncture for the school system. As we look at what the school system is going to look like 4 or 5 years from now, there are really big things on your plate. You have a very important job right now. That makes me feel a level of tension that is still creative and functional. It's my arms crossed the wrong way, but I can deal with it. It's the good kind of tension where you're like, we got important stuff to do. I get it, the ship's going in the right direction, but there's some stuff up ahead that the ship's heading towards. And it's like when you're fly fishing, if you're rowing a boat, fly fishing a drift boat, you gotta look way out ahead of you for the danger. And you don't try and save yourself when the rock's right in front of you. You take 8-minute strokes so that you see and move away a long ways away. I'm wanting to get meetings on the calendar with school board members and be having those deep conversations, but also having conversation about magnets on the board and mapping that stuff out. That's all I might. Anybody want to go second?
I will, yes. Really excited about this year we have and the impact we're going to make, the long-term impact. And that's really cool, and really need to be part of that growth that we see with the school district and budget and housing and those are the big things, right? And really excited about that year ahead. And excited about the legislative role. This is going to be my first full year as a board member, so excited about that as well. And then thinking, and then I'm going to that, thinking about what does that look like now, my role? What does that look like this year? What do I need to do to be, in my mind, successful? What does successful look like? And so at the end of the year, I look back, at the end of this year, I look back and say, what did I set out when I was 20, right? And what does that look like? And kind of benchmark, like, okay, I'm at this point, what do I need to do? And so at the end of the year, I'm like, okay, I did all that, right? So.
I'll start. Feeling rushed. Like there was a lot we went over today and a lot of conversations. And I feel like we kind of just hit the top of each one. Congrats for being on time. I'm not taking away from that, but has me wanting to follow up on things in those places where we need to double click into. And particularly really kind of living by the creed to measure what matters. Like what can we all start measuring so we can kind of function and bring things to the board for each other and then, build that utilization that way. And then what I'm thinking about is to Adrian's point earlier, thinking that I'm excited, maybe that's a feeling, but thinking that I'm excited about this next year, but thinking through all the ways that we can really pivot ourselves and really start focusing again on high expectations. The world's not blowing up, it's not falling apart. Let's get kids focused around this purpose, and I believe high expectation is high achievement is a good purpose, especially in your school district. And how do we create that culture, of high expectations and achievement? That's what I spent a lot of time thinking about.
I am feeling thankful for a productive day, thoughtful team of people to think through things with. Thankful to all of you for 5 of us for taking the day off work and being here. It's a big deal. We need your brains, and thankfully you're all here to helping this great work. I'm thinking about how to help the board understand and maybe measure our role in shaping the district's plans. What kinds of things do we really meaningfully contribute to, and to your earlier point about just that trying to measure that and understand that value a little bit better as a board. And my wantings are really kind of action oriented. I want to get out to schools and start the CARES check-ins. I want to communicate with PTAs about roundtable opportunities and engage the community that way. It's funny, I was writing down, begin molding the 2030 vision as you were talking about the same thing that you were sharing. So these are the things that I'm thinking about wanting to do. I did not hear wanting birthday cake in there. Is that on the radar? Not birthday cake? No. Other birthday things are acceptable. Cool. Yeah.
So I did too. I did feeling energized, normal. I underlined that, normal. It felt very normal to have this meeting. And in years past, when we were looking at work studies calendars and we had 5,000 on the calendar because we just had so much that we were trying to tackle, especially because of the pandemic, that did not feel normal. So this felt very normal. It felt doable. It felt exciting to actually be focused on strategic things rather than having to think about what's coming down from the state health regulation wise. So that was great. I feel fortunate that I get to work with all of you, and I love that each of us comes from a different perspective. That to me is one of the most valuable pieces, and I know you just touched on that too. I think it's really, it's exciting to hear where we're each coming from and learn from each other and craft this strategic direction. And then for thinking, I thought it was really interesting to see the conversations and questions that came up today compared to this time last year when we had our fall retreat. Just even having, because I know the three of us were in that fall retreat, but the two of you were not, and the questions about safety that you brought up and the health and fitness that you were describing, which I attribute, I don't know if it's true, but I attribute it to your excitement and passion toward fitness and even improving our fields. I think that it was a good reminder to me that sitting in these seats, we are part of that map-making process. Was that the analogy he's in? And so it really was exciting to think about.
Mine's not nearly as good as any of yours. It's kind of all mashed together, which is like how my brain works anyway. But I'm just observing that we have a lot to do. It's interesting, the different perspectives, because you're feeling like it's very normal and very doable, and I'm in my position, because this is my first fall in attending the retreat, I am feeling like I'm observing a big to-do list. I'm excited about it, and I'm hopeful for the direction that we're going, but it feels like a lot of things to tackle. I have a really specific want. I'm wanting to know our topics for our work studies, because I love work study. It's my favorite part of those conversations. So I'm excited to hear what those work studies will look like, what the topics will be. I am feeling energized, and I'm feeling excited about this team. I agree, Malia. I love how we can have such different opinions about things and discuss and talk things through and just appreciate each other's perspectives. And I'm just thinking I really like you all a lot.
That was good.
Thanks.
AJ,
That I am.
you had a chance to reflect now, knowing that I was going to come back full circle, because you knew that would happen.
Yeah.
I'm ready for you.
Okay. My thinking, I think, floats into observing. I heard a lot today, specifically from Haley too, about that want for you all to have that two-way communication with our families and with our broader community. And when we look at some of the big things that are being tackled, it's so important that we do that. I know that there's an important role that I can play in
helping you get those opportunities for that two-way flow. So I'm feeling some tension there because, as an example, you think about bagels with the board or whatever that might be. I think the challenge historically has been, the people that come to the board meetings already and the people who are already engaged and are already knee-deep in what's happening, those might be the people that are going to come. The rest of the community, it's how do you pull them and give them those opportunities. So feeling some tension there, and then wanting to be able to help create those opportunities as well. So I know that they're there. They're a little bit challenging, but those are some of the important things that we have to do. So from that.
Isn't he good? That was amazing. Yeah.
He's happy.
Yeah.
So our final activity is a challenge. You are sitting next to your partner. You may have noticed, hopefully you didn't use them, that there are 6 toothpicks sitting between you.
Why is he that? I thought he just brought a lot to pick his teeth.
Right, you sit.
No, I didn't.
I was like, how do you know I was?
I was tempted after lunch though. I think those are for something, but I didn't want to use mine.
Thanks, AJ.
You have 2 minutes to accomplish this challenge. You and your partner working together. Those 6 toothpicks, you cannot break them. I want you to use those 6 toothpicks to create equal-sided triangles, and you have to make 4 of them. And you make 4 equal-sided triangles.
Is it a race?
No, you just have it. How about that? Is that one?
What do you want us to do with the rest of our time?
Was it 6?
Those aren't equal-sided.
You said 4. 4 triangles. 4 triangles. All equals 4. We did it. Actually, Matt did it.
No, well, I think it's 6.
Are those equal-sided?
Yes. Yes, they are. They have to be. It's a square.
This is longer than this right here.
No, it's a square. Why is that true?
This is a triangle toothpick. This is not a toothpick.
That's a
Oh.
all that triangle, that's a yeah, it's all something.
Do all 4 triangles have to be the same dimensions, or do they all have to be 4 equilateral triangles?
No, they all 4 have to be the same. 4 equal-sided triangles.
I don't like this.
Oh, okay, maybe.
What about that?
Is that it? Did you do it? Okay.
Closer.
It's close.
I'm sort of just observing him.
Better say my head doesn't work.
Yeah, we're in it, all halves.
Frustrating.
Huh?
Frustrating.
Well, 2 minutes isn't very long. Just
No.
answer. Right, so it's just.
See that? That would be beside him.
It's getting worse.
Wait, maybe it should be on the, or should maybe for shift perspective, should it be a 3D thing?
Sometimes you get locked into limited thinking.
Yeah.
Like 2-dimensional thinking.
I'm pretty sure that.
It's more fun to feel like you're I say it's more fun to feel like
Yes, got it.
Oh, wait. I think it's they all 4 have to be the same size?
Wait, Superintendent Hanson, we won again a second time.
We won again. We won again. She said.
At no point did I say it was a race.
Oh, but we did. It was a race. look? How do you?
I see it, yes.
Did we win? Did they win?
It's not winning.
They won. We lost.
You're not first, you're a loser.
But now we lost. Feels so good. I'm feeling
Second place is the first loser, right? That's what I tell my kids. Second place is the first loser, son. That's what I tell my kids at home. Why doesn't apply here?
Not bad enough.
Got some Ricky Bobby going on.
Half the whole thing from the back.
So what's the answer?
What was the answer?
You have to hold it up.
So
like
put a flat triangle, pick a flat triangle. Flat on the table. And now take your other three, make some pyramids.
Should we demonstrate some?
Oh, so 3D. Everything three-dimensionally.
1, 2, 3,
Oh, yeah.
4. And then it's so simple. I read restriction.
I read that we weren't supposed to be able to hold it.
Right.
Let's not pick it up.
Take your guns.
Alright, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Meeting adjourned all day.
Thank you.
One
I'll make that all day.
We've been all day.
Say it again, try to
Make sure
make it
we're-
work.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm feeling exhilarated that I get to have Tahoma Care socks to wear tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm really
Yeah.
pretty excited about that.
Pretty big deal.
That's a big deal.
Will you please say the socks on me?
Socks wouldn't be my first.
Send it to us.
Wouldn't be my first.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
That's why we picked socks this year.
You can go
Socks
to
wise.
You go to the PR room